evening and welcome to ELOSOFUMARTAKES. This is our 311th take, live from the Alec Bradley Lone Star Studio of Azle, Texas. I'm your host, Barry Duplessis, as always, and I'm so proud, so pleased, and so privileged to be with you all tonight. It's going to be a fantastic show. Happy anniversary to me. It's our 7th anniversary here on ELOSOFUMARTAKES, and it's going to be a fantastic. I've assembled a great group of gentlemen, along with our traditional guest co-host. We'll be introducing all of those fine gentlemen in just a few moments. But before we get to introductions, we do have to thank the people that make this show possible. And that, of course, is our sponsors. And tonight's show is sponsored by Drew Estate. Drew Estate is at it once again with certain packaging elements have changed throughout the years. The Nica Rustica Brown proudly remains Drew Estate's tribute to the people of Esteli, Nicaragua. Moreover, the Nica Rustica Broadleaf Blend remains unchanged, preserving its rustic, spicy, and robust flavor, and always at an affordable price. Nica Rustica Broadleaf is wrapped in a Connecticut River Valley wrapper, Mexican San Andreas Negro binder, and contains Nicaraguan fillers of tobaccos from Esteli and Jalapa. Considered a straightforward power puncher. A new Gordo 6x60 is a big cigar with a big fat flavors. It's just a flavor bomb, exclaims Jonathan Drew, founder and president of Drew Estate. The new Gordo size will be available in 25-count boxes, which helps us keep the box counts down per stick. We are a blue-collar company, and we must address the value equation every day. The Nica Rustica front mark is the key to this challenge. So check out your Drew Diplomat retailer today, or all amazing retailers, including a Blue Smoke of Dallas. You can get that new Nica Rustica 6x60 today. So welcome, everybody. This is our 311th take. It is our 7th anniversary. And we are broadcasting live on Facebook as we do every Sunday, 9:30 Central. If you are checking us out later on audio podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts, whether that be on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, Podbean, or wherever you listen to podcasts, including iHeartRadio, be sure you download, subscribe, and review. Tonight's audio broadcast is always courtesy of Gran Habano Cigars. Honest, compassionate, great cigars. Be sure you download, subscribe, and review today. That tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Gran Habano Cigars. And tonight's guests are courtesy of United Cigars. Smoke one today and start living united. Misters Tim Wong, Jade Davis, George Brightman, and William Cooper. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
Doing great. Beautiful night. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Absolutely. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Tim, I made it another year.
You did.
This
is my anniversary too. So
I know, man. This is fantastic. So before we kind of say hello to the other gentlemen, do want to welcome back Tim Wong, long-standing member of the cigar industry. Has manufactured cigars, rep cigars, sold cigars, and smoked maybe more, or at least is equal to some of the people on this panel. Certainly a challenge that some of y'all will probably accept from Tim. But Tim, as always, for those long-standing fans of the show, understand that Tim was my very first interview. So take number 1 belongs to Tim Wong, and I've invited him back every year as sort of a tribute and to that wonderful moment. So Tim, thank you so much.
Let me start by congratulating you. I'm glad that you were able to continue the process, from the beginning, and I've watched this show grow, watched you grow, and it's been fantastic. So I'm proud to be part of the show, and I'm proud that you're continuing the tradition that you started 7 years ago.
Absolutely. The interviews have gotten certainly longer. Your time commitment has grown over the years as being co-host. We've had some great interview shows. You've been featured on a couple, but we've brought some others. We had Hector last year from Espinosa Cigars, and we had the good folks from Illusione for my 5th anniversary. That was fantastic too.
Wow.
So we've put together some great shows together. So
my question is, are you going to read the list again like you always do traditionally?
Oh, absolutely.
1 through 311.
1 through 311. Yeah, absolutely. So some guests have repeated, so thankfully it won't be 300 brand new names. But yes, absolutely, I will keep the tradition there. So, but I'm really excited to have you back, Tim, and I'm really excited to welcome in the panel. I think we've got a great topic or varying topics tonight. So without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce these fine gentlemen. We have George Brightman, a cigar aficionado extraordinaire. who, as Jay Davis has mentioned in the green room, has probably forgotten more than we'll ever know about cigars. Jay Davis of Blue Smoke of Dallas and a member of the Premium Cigar Association board. And of course, Mr. William Cooper, head of the Cigar Coop Coalition and author of cigarcoop.com, as well as many other cigar media credits, and just a stand-up guy. So, I mean, he has that to boot too. So, gentlemen, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey Bear, I was a part of that first show with Tim. I was the guy behind the iPads.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, you were my cameraman, my producer,
But
man. That was great.
but I'm even gonna tell you something else. We filmed that on Friday, November 3rd at
Mhm.
Palooza.
Yeah,
So it's actually 7 years
it's actually
today
7 years. Yeah.
that because we did that filming. It wasn't live. We didn't have that live back then,
Mm-mm.
but it was filmed on Friday, November, because we did the interviews I think over 2 days. We did some Saturday afternoon as well. But Tim was first, and we did that on Friday. So it actually is the 7 year anniversary today.
Yeah.
Where did you film it?
We were at Espinosa headquarters in the office. Literally, we filmed it.
Cool.
They have like a I guess it's like a secretarial area or an admin area they have outside of Hector and Eric's offices, and that's where we filmed it. So I think I just had my iPad. I was like, oh, let's just use the iPad, right? And we had mics and everything, so the hustle guys can't get mad even if they go back on that one with me. But look, I'm really honored to be here with Tim, Jay, you, and George. You all have been an influence on me and helped me grow as a person. I mean that sincerely to every one of you guys. So honor to be here with you guys.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure and a privilege to join. I'm honored that you invited me, Bear, and I'm looking forward to spending a little more time with you at the start of next year. But right
Mhm.
now we got a lot of good stuff to cover, so
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be good
I'm
stuff.
excited.
It's gonna be good stuff. So, Jay, thank you again for joining us tonight. I thought you could lend a fantastic perspective on some of these questions that we've come up with this evening, and it's just been a real pleasure to have you on the show a couple of times. This is, I believe, your third time on the show. And it certainly won't be the last. But appreciate all you do for the industry, and including being a fantastic retailer uh, in the Dallas Fort Worth community and at large, because you ship. For those interested viewers, Blue Smoke of Dallas does ship.
Got
So if
very fast too. I get my
Mhm.
Jay, Jay get it, and then I got it. I got it like 2 days later. So like it gets it right out for me.
Yeah, but let's
Well,
also not minimize that being on the board is no small task. That's
No,
not an honorary position. There's a lot of work involved in that. So that's a real sacrifice from the rest of your duties. And don't think that we don't appreciate it.
absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
there's no greater joy than spending 8 hours looking at legal contracts and balance sheets, and everybody being critical of everything we do. But
And rental
it's fun.
agreements for where you'll have the show.
Oh, yeah, that's something we'll get into later. Is a comment that George made to me at last year's show as to where the show may ultimately be in the future.
Gotcha.
But no, it's a privilege to be here. I've George obviously is on the Mount Rushmore of both media and retailers, and I've learned a lot from George in the few times I've spent with him. I always enjoy hanging out with Coop. We spent a lot of time in the Dominican, and I think I met Tim first. I met Tim at the Orlando Trade Show in 2012, and he helped me out with a lot of business advice when I was a younger retailer. So I've probably known you the longest, Tim.
I hope some of it was useful.
A lot
As
of
a
it was
salesman,
useful.
I'm known to exaggerate and provide things that are may or may not be relevant. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you, sir.
No, what you taught me, Tim, was we were talking about product placement. At that time, you worked for Scandinavian Tobacco Group, and you talked to me about the General 5-Star program. And that really helped me with when you want to introduce a brand to your store, you pretty much need to flood your shelves with particularly like when I did this with Tatois and other brands, that you need to bring in a lot of brands and have a cohesive story and understand the story behind each of those brands as you tell the story of the company. And you really got me on that path, and that has led to many successes with many brands. and it came over a few cocktails back in that really hot 95% humidity driveway there at the Orlando Hotel back in 2012. So I learned a lot from you that night.
And I appreciate retailers like you who, are willing to participate and educate, because you can buy a cigar anywhere. I've told this to many, many retailers and upcoming, whether they're 30-year veterans or just opening a week ago, you can buy a cigar anywhere, but service and knowledge, those are things that people keep coming back for. So I think that's a great way to go. Telling a cohesive part why these things are in the humidor and, why you should be smoking those things. It's easier than possibly reading it or, at least it starts somewhere, but getting an interaction face to face, fantastic. People still appreciate that, which is why retail is still so important to what we do.
It's, why we still have 30% of the business. It should be 100.
That's right. That's correct.
We had a customer come in 3 days ago, and he brand new cigar smoker, never had a cigar. And one of my managers has selected 4 cigars for him. And he says to me in front of the customer, "What do you think?" And I took my finger and I moved the 1922 Le Bijou out. And I said, "You can smoke this, but you probably won't enjoy it." And I explained to him that, you want to build your palate. And then I said to him, "I don't want to sell you cigars today. I want to sell you cigars for the rest of your life. And that is only going to happen if you trust me. And I don't think this cigar, while you may be able to smoke it, you probably would not enjoy it." I said, "You probably would not want to have your first experience with hot wings to have a ghost pepper sauce on it, would you?" And he's like, "No." And I said, "That doesn't mean you can't handle it, but you won't enjoy it." And that's the hard thing, is sometimes as a tobacconist, you have to tell a client that they're not ready for something yet in a very polite, respectful way.
Absolutely. Yeah. That was still
occasionally they actually listen. Right?
Occasionally.
Occasionally they actually listen.
There's no greater joy than spending 15 minutes in the humidor with a customer, telling him what he should smoke, and then he decides to smoke something else because he likes the way it looks. Mm-hmm. That never happens, though.
But all sarcasm aside, there's nothing greater as a retailer, someone who's worked in retail, when you do recommend a cigar for them and you smoke it with them, and they tell you how great of the experience is. That is an unmatched feeling. But I've definitely experienced that, Jay. The latter rather, and the former as well. But what you were just mentioning too. So, Tim, we got to get some business out of the way. I'd like to enjoy a cigar along with you, gentlemen. So I have 5 cigars here, that I would like you to choose my first cigar for me. So, the first cigar up is the Drew Estate Year of the Pig from the 2019 collection here, still wrapped in the tissue. I have a Tatuaje, the Face Redux. I have Foundation Cigars, the Axum Maduro. I have a Diamond Crowned number 4 Natural. And I have a Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust Sobremesa Brulee Wagashi, recently released this past year. What am I smoking, Tim?
I would go with, my palate's Nicaraguan, so any of the first 3, I think you're going to do well to start. Obviously, if you want to build from mild, I'd smoke the Diamond Crown or the Sobremesa, but I think the other 3, Tatuaje, that's what I'd go with.
The Tatuaje? You got it, sir. That's what I'll kick things off with here. So fantastic. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and launch into tonight's major point, which is always brought to you by Gran Habano Cigars. From the fertile lands of Honduras, George Rico and his family have put together the very best vintages for you. Yes, you, the cigar smoker. From value-based hits like the Corojo number 5 to the award-winning 20th anniversary to special projects like Zulu Zulu, Gran Habano is about cultivating the best and making pinnacle cigars for the market. Culture, tradition, quality, premium, handcrafted, that is it all in Gran Habano Cigars. So, gentlemen, we have a slew of topics this evening, but the theme is 7. This is the 7th anniversary of ELOSOFUMARTAKES. So I have assembled this wonderful panel to answer 7 questions for the next 7 years. So we are looking more towards the future. So most people celebrate the past And we're going to do that later when I read off countless names, much to everyone's delight or chagrin, depending on your opinion of it. But for the next few moments, minutes, potentially hours, we're going to dive into 7 burning questions for the next 7 years. So let's kick things off with and for transparency, everybody. I furnished these questions to the panel ahead of time, so they had some chance to kind of put some thought into it and think about their answers and responses accordingly. But I do have some follow-ups that they're not aware of, so within the confines of the question. So first question of the evening is Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, and Honduras currently outside of Cuba are the 3 highest cigar producing countries in the world. So my question is in 7 years, so 7 years from today, will they be producing more, less, or the same numbers of cigars as they are today?
Who are you throwing to first?
I'm Tim. As the guest host, I'm going to give you a crack at this one first. Here we go.
All right. Well, my background, obviously, I'm a sales broker, so I represent 6 or 7 different brands. So, and from what I've seen, recently, I mean, the trend is that the exports are incrementally growing from year to year, and I think that trend continues. I don't think we're going to see massive growth, but I think that there's plenty of tobacco and plenty of factories producing. So, from what I've seen, the projections are that they're going to continue to make as much, if not more. And obviously, every year to year, there's going to be introductions of new brands. You take away things that are that may be aged out, retired, and that kind of stuff. But I do believe, based on what I've seen, is that in the near future, next 2 or 3 years, maybe continuing growth, in small percentages. I don't see a quantum leap in terms of total exports, but I do believe we're going to continue to grow as an industry in terms of production.
Okay. Anyone have any counterpoints to that, perhaps, or want to agree to disagree, or does everyone foresee the number going up?
I think the number is going to go up, but I think there's going to be pressure in the Dominican Republic as these standard of living increases, and I think in Nicaragua, you're already seeing rollers getting on buses for 45 to 60 minutes to get to the factories. I definitely think you're going to see growth in Honduras. My father just built a huge facility out there. I drove by it the other day, and it looks as big as the Nicaraguan facility. So I think Honduras is definitely going to increase quite a bit. And, we might see a 4th country. I don't know if that would be Guatemala or something else, but Nicaragua, unless another city rises to match Esteli, I'm worried. Obviously Fuente is going to be there, but it's going to become more and more difficult to get rollers. So I think Nicaragua, because of the roller issue, and the Dominican, also if Trump becomes president, because of his relationship with Nicaragua, but also the Dominican with the standard of living, I think Honduras is going to grow, and I think we're going to probably see another country grow. Maybe Mexico is going to have a lot more growth, but I do think there's going to be another major cigar producing country. Maybe they'll start making cigars in Ecuador and not just growing. I don't know, but I think that there's too much pressure in the Dominican and Nicaragua to continue at our current pace.
So let's continue along this line here, because that was actually one of my follow-ups, Jay. So great job reading my mind there. Do we see another country coming into the mix? And my question actually was Ecuador. They are renowned for growing tobacco, so why not manufacturing? George, what do you think?
Well, first, let me say that I thought that the way that you asked the question was for us to evaluate each of those countries individually, because I think their futures are not in lockstep. And in fact, I think Honduras is going to, I agree with Jay very much that there's a little bit of a renaissance for Honduras right now for a variety of reasons. I believe that Nicaragua is not as stable as people would like to believe, and I think that there are a variety of pressures that are there. And I think that the Dominican Republic is is going to have steady growth because it's what they've been doing and how they manage. But if any other country stumbles, it's going to put tremendous pressure. In other words, of the three legs of the stool that you named, if any one of them has a problem for any reason, including tobacco problems, forget politics, forget labor shortages or cost of living. If they have agricultural issues, which has happened before, then it puts enormous strains on the others. I was about to say that I think that there's an opening in the next 7 years for at least two or three other countries to come back to recognition factor with American consumers. Because for the most part, I'm considering that we're talking about this market. We're not talking about international markets.
Correct. Yeah.
So I think Mexico can take a step forward. I don't see Jamaica coming back for a variety of reasons, but I think everybody should look at the fact that Costa Rica can also come into this in a way that ups their identity. It may not be, these guys are never going to be producing cigars on the scale of Nicaragua, but they are going to become an increasingly important factor. And I don't think anybody 7 years is a long time. If you think about all of the things that have happened in our last 7 years, there's no reason to think that, especially given the modern pressures that are there, that Cuba couldn't change its government and one day return to being a legitimate factor in the competitive world. Now, whenever that happens and they start trying to compete in this marketplace, it's going to take them a long time to get up to speed to meet our standards of expectation, both in terms of quality, consistency, and pricing. But I believe that it's I when I was a kid, it was always every year around Christmas time, people would be reading the tea leaves and saying things are going in the right direction, and they would raise their drinks on New Year's Eve and say next year in Havana. And now you have an entire generation of people who have grown up and built tremendous portfolios, extraordinary businesses in these countries, and they have their kids coming in. So it's no longer, the dream was always we're doing these things, but we want to get back to Cuba and go back to the old ways. They have built new legacies, and those things have to be protected. And so you pick the country, and you can look at the root family, the people that were there in the beginning, and all of the things that have followed them down the road. They all have tremendous potential to show new talent and give new opportunity. But if you talk about sheer volume of product in a place like Nicaragua and maybe a little bit the Dominican Republic, they're going to have problems growing exponentially. Manageable, 7, 8, 10%. That's probably sustainable. Anything more than that is very, very challenging. And as I said, if any one of the three has a problem, politically or agriculturally, it puts tremendous strain. It's a fear.
I think the Dominican Republic's in an interesting position in posing this question for the next 7 years, because from my understanding, feel free to correct me, George and Coop, and even Tim for that matter. I know you guys have been in the industry a lot longer than myself, and even Jade to a little bit of a certain extent. But like the Dominican Republic is an interesting, because they were from again my recollection, they were kind of the darlings of these three countries for a while before Nicaraguan just has kind of shot up in the last 2 decades. And I mean, with this recent investment in Honduras from companies like my father and other companies of the like, it seems to me that Dominican Republic has, unless something kind of shifts there, there's a chance that we could see them, in the proverbial third spot in the rankings in terms of production. I'm not talking about quality or anything like that, but in terms of production volume, they could be in third place in 7 years. Is that viable? No, you're shaking your head, Coop.
No, yeah, I don't know if you want me to speak now, but so here's the deal. In 7 years, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Dominican Republic will be the top three. And I think of the three, the Dominican is the most organized in terms of the manufacturers through Pro Cigar.
Okay.
So that's my feeling. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna let it fall to three. Right? They're very. I mean, they're much more united. I think in terms of the manufacturers than any other two countries.
That's
I
fair.
don't see. I don't see another country coming up. Ecuador's got a lot of internal turmoil right now. I just can't see anything getting going or anyone making an investment down there to do production or invest in production down there. Mexico's got some funky import-export laws. I think Brazil's in the same category. I could be wrong on that. It's going to take someone big to go down and say, I'm going to, and oh, Costa Rica's labor costs are higher. It's going to take someone big to make a move into one of these countries for anything to happen. I just don't see that on the horizon unless the political situation, maybe in one of those countries, forces the hand there. And I don't see that happening in the next 7 years.
My problem
you have a
go ahead, Jay,
go ahead.
please.
I would say you have in the Dominican, you have all the behemoths. I mean, STG, Tabacalera USA, Fuente, Davidoff. I mean, La Aurora. Those companies aren't going anywhere. Though I did think, as Coop was talking, I think one area where I know they're starting to consider making cigars and maybe growing tobacco, and a country that could afford the infrastructure might be China. But that 7 years, maybe that's more 20 years. I don't know what's going to happen there, but I think eventually. But the Dominican has so many huge companies that produce there. I don't think that they're going to lose ground, but I agree with George. I don't think they're going to see geometric or exponential growth. Obviously with Fuente coming into Nicaragua, and then, I definitely Honduras, I think, is going to have the biggest growth. Cavalier is doing some really exciting things there. Plasencia is only getting stronger. My father, Rocky Patel, Camacho's there. You could see another Davidoff facility maybe built in Honduras. You could see increase from Altadis and STG. So there's a lot of big companies that have smaller operations in Honduras versus the Dominican and Nicaragua that I think Honduras is really prime. Plus their new airport, I'm not going to lie, flying out of the new airport in Honduras, travel times aside, was so much first class compared to what you deal with getting in and out of Nicaragua and the Dominican. That airport, I mean, you could actually get your tickets electronically. So I just see big things on the rise for Honduras.
And I think, the market conditions are going to kind of push production, especially in those three countries, because a lot of the industry companies have just come back from Dortmund, and the reports are that Europe and the rest of the world are now going to be major growth for us, the New World cigars, as they call it, because now that China basically controls Habanos. I mean, Habanos didn't even have a booth in Dortmund, which is the first time in many years that they haven't exhibited. There's just no inventory because now the pricing is so high that even if they could get it, they just Habanos can't produce enough. So now they're looking towards us as an alternative, because we have better supply, and that may push our production because now that we have new markets that are opening to us because of what Habanos is doing, what China is doing with Habanos. They're looking towards another alternative. And so that may put pressure on Nicaragua, Dominican, Honduras to kind of continue to produce, not just for the domestic market here in the United States, but internationally, because that's going to be, untapped growth for us. And I think every company that I'm dealing with and that I've heard from has said that this is exciting to them because now they're no longer looking at New World cigars as a novelty, but something that they can put on their shelves, because right now they can't get any product from Habanos. And that's going to be a major, boon for us, and that may actually tap into our production and generate and possibly cause, other countries to kind of activate as an opportunity, because eventually, if they're going to grow possibly exponentially as we might think that they will, then it's going to force other alternatives to kind of look into other places to produce, because the three countries are, producing at capacity, and there is room for a little bit of growth, but maybe not enough to cover, new markets if they're going to expand at an exciting rate.
It's interesting. I know
Demand from those markets expanding their appetite for cigars from the big three is definitely going to put pressure on production and pricing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. I know we've been talking a lot about volume, but the quality, that's a great, Tim, great point that you brought up. My question is that does the quality of cigars suffer because of that? I mean, the first thing that I hear about, the first thing that comes to mind all the time, and this is a little unfair, but it's just the most prominent example, just because of how publicly, the leadership of this company took their own sword was, Alan Rubin, when Alec Bradley got the number one cigar with the Prensado, he didn't foresee and didn't understand the capacity issues that he would have with that production. And I know that's a very microcosmic example of what we're talking about, spanning over the span of three countries, hundreds of companies that now have the opportunity for this tremendous amount of growth. Now, mind you, and I know that their consumption is nowhere near the United States, but I mean, we are talking about a sizable increase of consumption at that point. I mean, does the quality of cigars dip? Do we see the kind of strains that we've seen in Cuba over the years with quality?
I don't,
don't think so.
I don't think
No.
so. I think the
Wow,
issues a few
snap
years
call.
ago. I think the
Okay.
stuff a few years ago when the quality issues hit were because things were being offset to other factories because of COVID and amount of time they could be kept open. And I think that's all back. That's all stabilized again.
So you
Right.
Yeah,
think
I think
the quality of
I,
material is and the quality of material and the supply of material is that great to where it wouldn't be suffered without adding on an additional, what is it? What is Europe, George? 25% of the consumption of the United States, 30%, something like that?
I think it's under 30%, but it's 25% is a good number. It's a good figure to approach. And it could, within the next 7 years, that could double easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've had a real problem with construction at a lot of the factories in the last 3 or 4 years, and the factories are aware of that, and they lost a lot of talent. But they've been training new talent, and I think that a lot of the hiccups we've seen in construction over the last 2 or 3 years, those are going to be sorting themselves out. I know of a number of companies that have become a lot more efficient with how they use tobacco. Uh, Without mentioning names, that there's a lot more efficiencies. I think that we're going to not see a dip in quality. I think if anything, we'll see an improvement in quality because it's been kind of not the best the last 2 or 3 years, and nobody wants to repeat of the late '90s.
yeah.
So
And I think the quality of tobacco you're going to see is as good or is going to be better. And I can tell you the difference using Cuba as an example. I mean, constant farming has changed the difference in the soil content, the yields. We don't do that. I mean, look at Nicaragua, Honduras, Dominican. It's one growing season, and then the fields are either allowed to grow other crops. They've tuned into that kind of science and that rhythm so that they can put the soil nutrients back in with other crops, and they do that regularly to get better yields and better tobacco. And I think that that's going to be so. Quality tobacco, I don't think is going to be the issue. I think also, obviously, labor and construction. Yeah, I can see those things because you go to Nicaragua, every factory is a sign up that says yes, we're hiring, and they're busing people in, and so obviously, you're going to get that kind of turnover. So you're constantly, retraining your workforce to get that. But obviously, the same thing. The factories that have been in operation for 30, 40, 50 years have all the equipment and all the necessary knowledge to do it. This is, can they train their workforce to actually meet up to those standards? So I think those things can be addressed, and I think the quality of tobacco is only going to get better because they're continually working the rhythm of that product, how to get better yields, how to get better seeds. All those things are being worked constantly in. So I think quality of tobacco is not going to be an issue. Quantity may be a difference, but quality isn't going to be.
we see hubs in these countries like Don Lee of Honduras. Jay and George mentioned Esteli, Nicaragua. The Dominican seems a little bit more spread out, and that might be to their advantage. Is there a reason that maybe just is beyond my understanding why these countries haven't, or why these companies haven't tried to expand to another region or another area to perhaps,
The
tap into those resources?
the Dominicans, because of the trade zone area, I know that the free trade zone area plays a lot into that. Don Lee's actually pretty spread out, believe it. Esteli is like the most central, where everything's the closest together. Don Lee's pretty spread out, even though it's Don Lee. There's much further distance between the factories, is what I've noticed there.
What do you think, George? I mean, obviously there are some. Placencia has some things going on in Jalapa. I think Nicaragua could have another city that could become a mini Esteli.
Well, look at
They certainly have the
Castagli,
climate.
there's a variety of places in Nicaragua that could be developed as manufacturing centers, and in some instances specifically moved to be closer to population in Managua and things like that. But don't forget that whenever you do that, it means you have to invest a fair amount of time and energy into training a workforce that isn't necessarily,
Yeah.
the historic concentration of people that understood tobacco and all of the various jobs around it was around Esteli. So those things there, it's kind of in the nature of a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is where the business is, and this is where we do it. But to back up for 1 second to one of the things that Tim said, I agree that there's all kinds of factors at work that are trying to elevate the quality of the raw material. But don't forget, it's agricultural, and we're talking about crops that have cycles. When you don't have yield, you have pressure on the top quality. In other words, demand increase for the best tobacco in order for the highest end manufacturers to meet their commitments for the best product they make. And so, whenever you have a lower crop, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter what it is, a natural disaster or just a lower, a down cycle, there is tremendous pressure on pricing and much more competition for the best quality. That was always the rule in Cuba, and the big problem that they have right now. A bountiful crop means that you get extraordinary tobacco off the top that goes into the premium export brands, and everything else is okay. You're picking shit with the chickens, but who cares? But when we're in a circumstance where there's a lot of people now competing who are deliberately saying, I need the very best that you have, and I'm willing to pay for it. So if you have more people competing for that, it's pressure. That's pressure that has to be managed.
Yeah.
But I fully agree with what you said about the fact that the Dominican Republic is politically better organized. The manufacturers as a group protect each other and work towards the betterment of the entire industry, and in a way that it doesn't necessarily prevail in a couple of other countries, but it can always get better. And no doubt the pressure will be on. If Honduras goes through a little boom, a little renaissance right now, which is what I see for the next couple of years, it's going to simultaneously. First of all, we'll be introducing a flavor, a kind of cigar that the consumer doesn't necessarily know, so there'll be tremendous interest in it. But it will relieve some pressure on the factories in Nicaragua and the Dominican Republic at the same time that it puts commercial pressure on them to keep their standards high in terms of their umbrella product, their top end beautiful, your Opus and the best from Davidoff, and all of the everybody has their little baby, which is like their crown jewel. And it's always tricky when you see more people getting in and saying, I need the very best. Then you start getting some sharp elbows. And that's happened multiple times in the last 50 years. I've watched it.
Yep.
And I'm concerned a lot for Fuente's top tier products, because there's a lot of pressure on broadleaf, particularly coming from the blunt industry. And, Swisher has this new product that, they're going to eventually get more passage to be able to use that. And then, obviously it's difficult to grow Opus X tobacco and Cameroon tobacco. So I think that company has a lot of headwinds, and I think they're already, trying to pivot. But I think there's going to be demand for some of those tough wrappers. And, Cuba's been hit, I don't know by how many hurricanes. The Dominican has been relatively unscathed the last 10, 15 years.
Don't say that out loud.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't wish another George or anything like that. But, one thing the Dominican and Cuba are more susceptible to than Nicaragua and Honduras is hurricanes.
Yeah.
And also I'll pipe in for our 500-year-old friend Jose Blanco. He's genuinely concerned about climate change. And I don't want to make this into a political argument, but obviously weather patterns are changing. That is affecting agronomy and things of that nature. And who knows what's going to happen over the next 7 or 10 years. And I think Jose has a point about that, and I want to bring that up.
George mentioned a Honduran boon, and I agree with that a lot. Jay, you mentioned my father, the factory. You saw the factory there. The other thing that's going on, I know Racist Cubanos is getting ready to launch a whole bunch of brands right now. So, and I think they're kind of just getting. I see a lot more expansion with that factory happening as well. So I think there's some
They're
good
growing
things.
a lot of tobacco too.
Yeah, growing up, yeah. So I see a lot. The opportunity's certainly there in Honduras for some big players to kind of go in there and make some moves right now.
Don't
So,
leave STG. Don't leave STG out there. The OGs of Honduras in the first
oh,
place.
Yeah.
absolutely, and don't leave them out. They're doing a lot of production. I've been to the Esteli factory, and it's relatively small. Like their Nicaraguan operations relatively small compared to their Honduran and their Nicaraguan operations. I mean Dominican operations. So yeah, there's a lot, and I see STG doing a lot at the Don Lee factory there, Hatsa factory actually.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, gentlemen, let's I think unless anyone else has any parting thoughts on this question, I wanted to go ahead and shift to our second of our series of 7 questions here. Tim, just curious, do you have the questions available?
They're on my phone, but I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, I was gonna say
I've got them.
oh no, I have them. I was gonna have Tim read
I
one
have, I
one
have
of them
my
off. But let's go with the
Sorry about
second
that.
one here. No, it's all good. Well, I was gonna go with the second one here. So in the next 7 years, will any of the following, and I'm adding a company. Don't mean to do this to you guys as a wild card, but it just occurred to me that this would be a good the company to add into this list. So in the next 7 years, will any of the following companies no longer be independently owned? Basically, I meaning they'd be absorbed, purchased, however you want to call it, by another company. So the companies that I have listed are Arturo Fuente, Rocky Patel, Plasencia, Padron, Perdomo, CLE, and the one that I wanted to add to this list was My Father Cigar Company. Will any of these companies no longer be independently owned in 7 years?
Well, there's an obvious one. Would be Rocky Patel, because Rocky doesn't have any children, and I don't think Nish does either. Um, and I know that that's something that Rocky is contemplating. I don't see Rocky selling to a company like STG, but I think something's going to happen with Rocky Patel. It may be CLE, but these other companies, I think they've already got the next generation is already being groomed. But Rocky Patel will be the one that would concern me. But I'm sure that Rocky will figure something out. And he's still
you use the word
63, he's
concern
young.
though. You use the word concern there, Jay. I mean, why do you use is that intentional or you just
For Rocky, you mean?
you're using the word concern. Why is it a concern that Rocky Patel
Well,
would sell?
well, like I know Carlito has a plan in place. He has stewards as his son gets older. Placencia, obviously, you've got young leadership there. Padron, there's a million people with the last name Padron. Nick's got his son and his daughter, and Christian too, and also my father. The Hyundai, that next generation's already working. But with Rocky Patel, the question is, as he and his brother and his cousin age, what direction does that company go in? And he's got some people that he works with who he trusts, but I think that would be the one that and that's a very valuable company. It'd be interesting to see what happens in the next 7 to 15 years for that company. It's not as clear as a succession plan, in my opinion.
Anyone agree with Jay that Rocky Patel's the one out of this list?
I think it's the obvious one. The only other one that maybe I could see something happening is Placencia. Maybe. But I still see if they did it, it would be more on the distribution and the brand side, not necessarily the farm and the factory side, where they did that. But the other ones, I don't see any of it. I don't see anything happening with that.
I'm,
Yeah,
They
I
just
think you
started getting
never.
it right though. Like, why would they sell? I mean, they're some of the hottest
because
cigars on the market.
because I think ultimately Placencia wants to be a global player in the distribution and brand side. And I don't think necessarily they have the capacity to do it without bringing in someone bigger to help them do that. That would be the one thing I could see. Like I said, I think they would stay in the production and the farm business fine, but in terms of the Placencia brand, I think they have plans of global domination. I really do.
You may
And
have just answered my question because of their long-term relationship with Rocky.
right,
Bear, I don't think at the end of the day, they're all going to tell you if the price is right that anything is for sale. But
Sure.
those seven that you named, I mean, listen, most of them are rock solid, and like Jay was saying, that they have a plan to continue. I have some insight with Rocky. Obviously, I worked for him for a few
Yeah.
years, and I think that the toughest part for him, because he does want to sell that thing and eventually and retire. But that's the problem: is that what is Rocky Patel Cigars worth without Rocky? I mean, when EP Carrillo sold, La Gloria to the STG, he had to sign a services contract for 5 years
10 years.
to continue
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
And
and he
so
extended
what?
it. Yeah, and he extended
Yeah.
it too.
And so what's Rocky worth if it's Nish and Nemish and not Rocky? I mean, obviously, a company like STG can take the components of that company and then put the catalog into their catalog and have their people sell it. And obviously, they can make the cigars because they make some of them now. So the question is, what is it worth? That's the hard part because Rocky doesn't want to continue; he wants to retire. As far
Hmm.
from what I what I've known, and so that's the kind of the hard part is, can I get maximum value for that company if I no longer want to continue as the head of that? And you name that company Rocky Patel Cigars. So that question is, what is Rocky Patel Cigars worth without Rocky Patel? You know,
Right.
I've heard sometimes that actually the company that's behind Coop is actually a little more available than people think it is. Even though Nick has his kids there, he has had he's kind of ready to kind of do that if that right offer comes. So I don't know whether or not that's the most likely. But yeah, I think the other companies are a little bit harder to do, because they're building and they're all growing in the right places. So obviously you want to sell high, but can you get value from that? And so they're all kind of looking at the Alec Bradley deal, right? They woke up one morning, Alan Rubin had $72.5 million in his bank account. So that's all what we dream of. But the question is, can these companies get maximum value for what they're worth? And obviously, when you're a Fuente or a Padron, you're going to want a premium or Rocky. And
Hmm.
so that's sort of the reason why it's kind of hard to kind of flip those companies with, STG is buying and they have plans. I think that there's going to be some consolidation, but I think it's going to be at the small to the medium company level, so they can put more brands in the forged. But those medium and larger companies, it's a much harder sell. So it's going to be, I think the continuation of those companies is going to be for the near future. But you never say never.
Yeah, Nick, Tim, you bringing up a good point about Nick. Like you said, we all woke up one morning except for the exception of Coop because he's got the scoop on everything. We all woke up one morning and found out that Alec Bradley, and that was a company that for the layman, myself included, who gave Alan Rubin his last interview, by the way, before he sold. Who,
But
by
I
the way,
did tell you something before that interview.
don't ever play poker against this man because I got
Yeah,
nothing out of that guy.
but
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 he
but
had a
Bear, I did tell you something before
You
that
did.
interview, right?
No, you
I did.
did. You
I
gave me a
said you
little
got to
heads up.
feel him out on this. I'm hearing this stuff going on. Yeah.
And he gave me nothing. So like, but this was a man who had he had a legacy plan in place with his sons. And again, the price was right. Like Tim said,
Yeah.
there's always a price. So even these companies that have like, what Jay was mentioning, these long-term legacy plans in place with children or other leaders in the organization, I thought it was an interesting question to pose. George, I'm interested to get you're very close with a lot of these folks, if not all of them. I'm interested to get your thoughts. I mean, I mean, are we right on the money that Rocky would probably be the most obvious one, or is there another one lurking in the wings here that could potentially not be here in 7 years as we know it today?
Well, I think contraction of ownership is inevitable. I think we've been watching this for a while, and I think that there is an appetite in certain quarters to make these moves. But I would say to you, I don't see anybody positioned well enough to take a run at the Fuentes, at the Padrones, and maybe even the Placencias, depending upon what kind of deal they would want to negotiate, because I agree that they want to be a global brand, but they need a partner in terms of fulfillment and
Exactly.
distribution. So there's
Yeah.
something that could happen in that. I think you were spot on there, Jane Coop. But here's my point. Again, 7 years is a long time. But I believe that when you look at that portfolio, that there's two or three things in there that could get rolled up. In other words, somebody says, all right, I'm going to buy you, and we're going to put those together, and it's going to give us a whole new wing and a whole new range of production and more stories to tell and make themselves, feel more boutique. But I'm curious that even though it's not, you don't think of it as family, but I'm curious that you didn't have Davidoff in there because I think that's a brand that has, um,
Yeah.
I thought of them.
not to
Yeah,
call anything into question, but I think they
sure.
have the immediate is a little bit murky. In other words, I don't I believe there's people out there that would like to buy them that don't necessarily have the ability to to make that work yet. But I believe that the company, you know, for lack of a better way to say it, that the company is already in play.
Yeah, I thought about them, George, to be fair. And again, you obviously know a little bit more about the organization than I do. From my understanding, the reason I didn't list them specifically was they're not family owned like these other organizations.
They
Um,
kind of are. They kind of
Well, but they
are.
okay,
are.
okay,
They
okay,
are.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
No. Davidoff is especially when you think of just the Davidoff tobacco operations, they are wholly controlled by Uttinger, which is a tightly controlled family
Yeah.
business. And
Okay,
I just
fair
think,
enough.
we're now at a point where there's a generational change in who's running Uttinger, and I believe the
Right.
rising gen is not interested in tobacco.
Yeah.
They don't have any commitment to the Zeno legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think George raises a good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Bear, it is. What's interesting though. I don't necessarily. Your point of view isn't like necessarily wrong because the way Davidoff kind of presents themselves is they are like
The
a
way they
corporate.
be,
They
the
are
way
very.
they
They
behave is
report
corporate.
earnings and yeah, they behave. They report earnings and stuff like that, which you don't normally see from a family business. So that's why I can see, but they are family owned.
Okay. Well, that was,
Yeah.
yeah, that was an error
Yeah,
on my part, but yeah, no, that makes sense.
I
I think they might even be more in play than Rocky if we throw them into the mix,
yeah.
personally.
I mean, I don't know their balance sheets, but I would imagine that a company like Villiger or British American Tobacco and perhaps Toscano, I don't know how big they are. Those companies, definitely British American Tobacco and Villiger, they're big enough and they're based in Europe that Davidoff could be a takeover. Um, and I do think that, Coop, the point you made, I kind of had an aha moment. I could definitely see a marriage with Placencia's growing operations and Rocky Patel's retail operations. That might be a solution for Rocky Patel. And there might be a slow exit strategy for Rocky. That could be more of a merger than a takeover.
Hmm.
That those two families could work something out because they already have a very long standing, solid relationship. I saw a lot of that in Honduras last week. And Nestor Jr. he's young, he's in his 40s. So, but yeah, Davidoff, I think that's a great point, George. I think Davidoff we may not be here in the same. They might spin off Avo and Camacho and Zeno, and Davidoff is definitely, I think, in play.
See,
I
this is
think
what.
the structure of the company looks completely different in 7 years.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I thought this was a great question, and here's why. When I was thinking about this, right, we kind of touched on this. Let's go back 7 years ago. Okay, I know we're not talking about the pet, but 7 years ago, 2017, what happened? The boys, Alec and Bradley Rubin. Okay, They're getting into the business. They launched their first brand, and we thought there was a succession play in place. We all thought that, right? And I don't think anyone would have guessed 7 years later that they would be sold. I think we were looking at this like this is getting ready for the next generation here. So these are good questions to ask and look at these types because you just don't know is what I'm saying. What could happen? The right offer could
No.
be on the table, or the right time could be to get out.
Don't ignore the idea that a younger generation could get into a position of power where they're controlling the levers, and then they look at a gigantic pile of money and say, "Okay, we're out."
Absolutely,
That's true.
Let's
Never forget
this is
Puros Indios.
gigantic sums of money change people's perspective. They say, "No, this is my life. It's my passion. Everything." Oh yeah, well, how much? And then they look at the the gigantic, all the digits that are there, and they go, well, yeah, where do I sign?
Yeah.
I mean,
And I'm not casting aspersions on anybody in this group.
No.
Because, by the way, the newer and the younger a company is, or let's say the more recent their success, their ascension into the upper pantheon, those are the kinds of people who built their business plan with an exit strategy because that's how they were trained. That's how they were trained to think. The Fuentes and the Padrones, people like that, there's no such thing as an exit strategy because it's your family name.
Yeah.
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 I do think a company I would add onto this list, and I know he's going to give us crap, but I can't speak for any other retailer, but I've seen Dunbarton do something that I did not think was possible in the last 5 or 6 years. They've moved him to my top 8 brands, and Steve's not a spring chicken. I could see that company going in a different direction in the next 10 years as Steve gets older. And that company, I think, is really growing in a powerful way that most of my Dunbarton consumers don't know who Steve Sock is, and they don't care. They just love his cigars. I think the Brulee line has lit a fire under that brand. And I think Dunbarton's growing, and I'm by no means an A account with them, and they are growing at leaps and bounds. And Steve's doing a lot of things right. So that's a company that could be very different 7 years from now. God forbid if something happens to Steve's with his health or whatever, that to me would be very interesting to see where that company will be in 7 or 8 years because he is growing in a very good, powerful way.
He spoke very candidly about that. He spoke very candidly. We did an interview. Excuse me, George. 1 second, then you can add your thought.
No, go ahead.
He spoke very candidly in a PCA interview we did. It was 2 years, right, Coop?
Yeah.
Where he kind of went down this trail of thought, and I said, "Well, does that mean that we could see a day that Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust sells to another another manufacturer?" And he said, he didn't know. He hadn't really thought about it until recently. And but he was very candid about that. So like most people, when you ask that question, like even Rocky, who, quote unquote, the obvious choice, who's not really made it a secret, but it's made it a secret, they play it a little bit closer to the vest. And Steve was very transparent, at least in that interview. So, but George, you had a thought?
Well, no, all I was going to say is that despite Steve not being like the brand ambassador and the road warrior for the brand, everything about Dumbarton is tied up with him. That is an extremely personal company in terms of its products, its marketing style, its message, and everything else. It is a reflection of him. So there's a challenge there. Everything again that depends on where the growth is. In other words, if you tried to sell it now, what number it might bring is totally different than what could happen if you continue to build its overall success in the marketplace as dramatically as it has been in the last 30 months, let's say. Then in other words, in half the time, in 3.5 years instead of 7, the number that he could earn and the viability of the portfolio could be proven. And it's we just have to wait and see. But that's not something that you can look at in the tea leaves and go, oh, well, that's obvious. It's going to happen, right? Whereas a couple of these other circumstances almost dictate that they have to happen.
And we're starting to see it actually in this week's news is You look at Quesada, right? Manolo's health is, is no longer it's an issue now. So he's transferred control of that
Yep.
company to his daughters. So we're starting to see a little bit of that transition. Are they going to continue to build it as he did, or could they sell it? I mean, it's a possibility now that that's starting to transition into
I,
that new younger generation.
yeah.
Well, but Patricia and Raquel, first of all, they bought the business from Manolo. You know, he's essentially retired in Spain now.
Yeah.
So for reasons, but the thing is that I think they have the ambition and the correct plan to rebuild the profile of Casada and its importance. I don't think they want to sell right now, right? In other words, they want to prove that they can restore the luster.
Yeah. By the way, I'm smoking the Casa Magna Robust.
Casa Magna. That's your tribute to Manolo.
Manolo, yeah. Obviously, I wanted to pay tribute to him. Great man, a good friend.
Good
There's
for
one
you.
there's one company on this list, Bear, that I was really intrigued with, and it was why you put it on there. And we haven't talked about this company at all, CLE, because I see CLE really interesting, right? I could see them going in either direction, either being acquired or acquiring someone else, and I don't know what the succession plan is for CLE. I'm
Mhm.
not really. I don't know. I'm not saying I know one way or the other. I just don't know about that one. But I thought that was a real interesting one when I looked at that.
Well,
Like,
Christian got back into the industry with a very big chip on his shoulder. Like I mean, if I think if you ask him privately, I think selling Camacho was probably, even though it wasn't entirely his decision, I think that was
Wasn't
one of the
his decision.
biggest regret for him. So
Except that it fueled. He bought cars and jets and boats with the money.
yeah,
So it's okay. You know, the thing is, I think the idea that CLE could be sold as part of a, maybe some other portfolio acquisitions is entirely possible
yeah,
because he's, the brand hasn't required him to be, the guy with his foot up on the bumper of his Bentley.
yep,
He's built a great story around CLE, and for the most part, I think he let the quality of the tobacco, the consistency of the construction, and the price point advance the brand.
yep.
But I
Totally
could
agree.
see Christian deciding that he wanted to compete in a slightly different arena. In other words, if he's going to jump back in and really, really work to up the value of the company in order to sell at peak price,
Yeah,
he might need to rethink some aspects of the portfolio and compete a little stronger.
yeah. I
Yeah,
agree with you.
it's also possible too. I think Julio is not young, and Justo is an agronomist, so you could possibly see some sort of integration down the road, or maybe Justo takes over farming and Christian does, and those two companies somehow become working together. You just never know with family how that will work out.
Yeah, it's Husto's very much more involved with the farm too. He spends a lot of time down there. They call it now the JRE Tobacco Farm is what they call it.
Yeah, it, that's Husto's passion. He's his father's son all the way. It's really impressive. The things
Yeah.
that they have done. By the way, that half of the family's portfolio, what Aladino says, is one of the things that I always push forward and say, look what's happening in Honduras. If you're not paying attention to this, you don't have your eye on the
Oh,
ball.
absolutely. And when I went to that farm and see some of the technology and innovation they've put in, it's amazing. And they have a lot of room for growth there, for not just farming but production capacity as well.
mhm.
Yeah, they're an overnight sensation. 50 years in the making,
Yeah.
and they're. I think they're poised to go even higher.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well, I think it's interesting about JRE and in a similar vein that Perdomo is too. When you have vertical integration, and I know most of these companies do, but Perdomo and JRE, even though they weren't listed on my original list, hold something I think incredibly powerful that the rest of these brands do not. The rest of these brands seem to be swinging up market, with very uber luxury products, you know, cigars costing 20, 25, 30, 50 and beyond dollars per cigar, whereas JRE and Perdomo maintain a very, let's just call it reasonable cost per cigar. And that, again, that has to do with vertical integration, and that's why they're able to keep their products so affordable and competitive. But on the flip side, the rest of those manufacturers that I just mentioned also do the same thing. They're pretty vertically integrated. And they see going into the stratosphere as their strategy. So that could play a part in all of these foreseeably getting sold down the road at some juncture, maybe not 7 years, maybe the next 10, 20, or 70 years for that matter. But that is something that I think is very interesting about those two particular brands versus the rest of the brands that I've listed.
You know, Nicholas's son, Nick's son, he wants this. He wants it. He's into this. This is from day. We've interviewed him, Bear. From day one, he wanted to be in the cigar business before he even went to college. This is what he wanted all his life, and I think he really wants this. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything could happen, but that's why I don't see that company selling. I think he's positioning himself more and more to take that over, just because he's getting more. He's getting more and more experience, for sure, on things, and I'm seeing him grow a lot. So I think that succession plan is probably the best set one right now. It's the furthest along. Fuente, I don't want to say it's not. Like Jay said, Carlito's got plans in place, but Carlos probably he needs a little more time. He's not, Nicholas has many more years on him so far.
There are brands that accompany some of these brands that are also interesting parts of portfolios or just completely independent companies. I think of companies like Ashton, J.C. Newman, Asylum, that are very much associated with these particular brands on this list. Tatuaje is another, goes hand in hand with my father, right? Where does that play into their marketability in terms of being sold, or could they sell pieces off? Now, again, some of these are independently owned companies, but they do rest a lot on the strength and viability of their partners.
I think one of the companies you mentioned, J.C. Newman, I find very interesting. Drew may have political aspirations, I don't know, but I think J.C. Newman is going to quantumly grow with more tobacco, more cigars rolled in Tampa, and he's a visionary. He might be Stanford Newman / Carlito Fuente of that generation. I think J.C. Newman, they've worked out their bugs. They've consolidated ownership. And I think that Drew has plans for that. Now, I don't know if Bobby's sons are going to be involved or how much they're going to stay in the blunt business or whatever, but I see J.C. Newman 20 years from now becoming a much more powerful brand than it already is. And I think J.C. Newman has been a quiet giant for a while. I think that company is going to grow a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I think Drew's got bigger ambitions, in terms of what he's doing down in Ybor City right now. He is looking to create this as, really establish this place as the cigar capital again.
It's a magnet. It's a magnet. He's done a tremendous job. Visionary is the right word for him. Right. And he has both the support and the resources at his disposal to make these things happen. Yeah. It's really impressive to watch. We're seeing the rebirth of a whole area. And by the way, there's nothing that says there couldn't be in 7 years 3 or 4 small satellite operations that are like, oh, we're a boutique, chinchal operation in Ybor City because America recognizes Cigar City again.
Yeah, and what Carlito,
and we'd all be the better for it. We would all be the better for it. None of that would diminish anything that J.C. Newman is doing.
Yeah, Carlito's going to be opening his center there too, and I think that's going to play a big role in revitalizing the area more for these other companies, as you said.
And J.C. Newman and Ashton have diversified their portfolios so that they're not 100% dependent on what they get from Puente and specifically. So even if AF got acquired, I think they're going to be fine if they want to continue as major cigar manufacturers because they built other lines of production into their lines, so they can actually and J.C. Newman they've been their own company long before Fuente was, their distribution with the Fuente deal. So even though it's a great chunk of their business, they're in great, like you're saying, great position to, if that were the case and that company got Fuente got acquired, I think they'd be more in a good position to continue as its own entity.
But I would caution on Ashton. I think that how do I say this without getting an angry call from Andy Green tomorrow? Ashton's got some things to figure out. This next generation is not Robbie Levine, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 15 years Ashton gets sold. That is a very different company than it was even 5 years ago. And as a retailer, I still love their cigars, but I have some questions about the viability of how they're running things right now. And hopefully I don't get screamed at in the morning for saying that.
But I believe there are people waiting in the wings that would like nothing better than to just go ahead and swallow it.
Yeah.
That's all we need to say about that.
All right.
Should we move on to topic 3?
Yeah. Well, on that
Because
note, actually, before we go on to topic 3, we're going to take a break with one of our fun segments here this evening. So we're going to tune into our presidential trivia segment, which is brought to you by United Cigars, featuring La Giana Havana, distributors of Jose Dominguez, Bandolero, Garofalo, the Firecracker, and the highly acclaimed Atabey, Byron, and now Alfonso lines from Selected Tobacco. Smoke one today and start living united. So we got 2 true or false questions. I'm changing it up on you guys. Usually do multiple choice. We're doing true or false, make it a little bit simpler here. So, first true or false question, I turn to my favorite president, Mr. Abraham Lincoln. True or false? Abraham Lincoln, before he became president, was actually a world-class wrestler and a bartender. True or false?
True.
George going
100%
true.
true. Yeah.
Coop?
What's a world-class wrestler in that day and age? Like Greco-Roman wrestling, or he's not WWE? You're trying to imply that.
No, I don't think he went up against Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock or anything like that, for that matter. So
I would say true too. Then
It's definitely true for the wrestling.
Jay?
I don't know. I would say I would say true. I would love to see a president of his caliber rise up in the next 7 years.
I'm positive he wrestled. I'm not sure about the bartender, but I'm positive he wrestled.
It's true.
He operated a bar.
Yeah, he operated.
I've heard
a bar.
about the bartending.
Yeah, it's true. It's true on both accounts.
Okay.
In fact, not only a world-class wrestler, he reportedly only lost 1 match in 300 matches. So he was definitely top of his class, as they say. So yeah, man, I honestly, it seems like he could really beat you up in the ring and everything too. So and also with first-class mind as well. So obviously excellent debater and master politician for probably with the recent history notwithstanding, probably the most toxic time in American history in terms of polarization, but he was able to maneuver through that pretty well. So yeah, true. He was a world-class wrestler and a bartender. And
I have a question for you, Bear.
Sure, shoot.
Obviously, someone's going to win the election in the next week. Do you think that the victor could benefit from having a cabinet styled like Lincoln, where you have a cabinet of rivals, and that might actually bring some healing for our country?
You know, I've been saying that for the last 10 years, Jay, and I think that's a great point. I think both candidates would greatly benefit from reading Doris Kearns Goodwin's Team of Rivals and taking stock in what an excellent job Abraham Lincoln did by assembling a cabinet. He had, his Secretary of War, Stanton, who was a fierce Democrat and a violent opposer of Abraham Lincoln, at least initially. William Seward was also one of his rivals. He was actually Seward was pretty bitter that he didn't get the Republican nomination for president. So, but they ended up becoming good friends, and he ended up doing a great job as Secretary of State for him. So, yeah, I think that would be fantastic. I don't see it. Obviously, with political parties drawing lines in the sand as they have in the last few years, in particular.
Right.
But I think it would benefit them greatly, considering how both sides are very polarizing these days. So, food for thought. It'd be great. So, all right, next question here: true or false? John F. Kennedy, JFK's father, told Harvard not to accept his son as an enrollee in Harvard University. Is this true or false?
True.
George says true. Tim, you want to take a crack at it?
All right. I'll take the opposing view. I'll say false.
Off.
I'm not going to disagree with George. I'll say true.
I'm going to say false.
Well, the vote is split, and it is actually true. When JFK was trying to get into Harvard, he asked his dad to actually write him a letter of recommendation. His dad did write a letter, but instead of recommending him, he wrote a letter that outlined several reasons why Harvard should not accept his son. At one point in the letter, calling him careless and lacking application. Those are my two favorite ones. He still got in despite his father, and considering the fact that his father held up of considerable political and financial weight, that's saying something for the admissions team at Harvard University at the time. So, my joke was, if Joseph Kennedy said that about one of his sons, man, everyone complains about how Yelp is really bad. It's pretty ugly to say that
Right.
about your own son. Jeez. So, quick
But
question.
the real reason for that is because old Joe was grooming somebody else to be
Yeah, his son. Yeah, Joseph P.
there was
Kennedy.
exactly there was a
Yeah,
whole different succession plan in there. So, it's understandable.
yeah, absolutely.
He was tough. He was very tough on Jack.
Would anyone on this panel not have asked their father to write a letter of recommendation, fearing that they might take a line of Joseph Kennedy? Or would everyone have faith in their dad? My dad would write me a glowing recommendation. I can honestly
My
say
dad
that.
would have my back. Yeah.
My dad probably, and he wasn't alive when I went to college. But if I know my dad, he probably would have said, "I don't want to write a letter because I want you to make it on your own merits."
That's fair.
That's my gut, but I'd have to check with my brother. But my guess is he'd probably say, "If I help you get in, then it's going to taint it, and I want you to get in or not get in on your own merits." That's my guess.
Nice.
My dad would
If
say,
I
"Go ask
had-
your mom. Go ask your
If I
mom.
had
She'll do it
asked
for you."
if I had asked my father, he would have said, "No, I want you to grow up and earn an honest living."
Tim, what'd you say?
My dad would have said, "Go ask your mom." I'm not. That's not my realm. It's your mother's job. She'll write it for you.
Nice. Awesome. All right, gentlemen. Well, that was our presidential trivia segment and brought to you by United Cigars, featuring La Giana Havana, distributors of Jose Dominguez, Bandolero, Garofalo, the Firecracker, and the highly acclaimed Atabey, Byron, and now Alfonso lines from Selected Tobacco. Smoke one today and start living united. So that brings us to our third question.
I got it. If you want me to read it, Jay.
Fantastic.
I
And I know Coop is itching to answer this one. So fire it away, Tim, and we'll let Coop have the first crack.
So we
in
know which
7
one this is.
Yes, issue number 3. In 7 years, will Cigar Aficionado exist as it exists today?
I think I should go last.
I guess I'm on the.
Yep, you're on the hot seat, Coop. I want you to answer this. Here we go.
Yes. Because the industry is not going to let it change. They aren't going to let it change. Cigar Aficionado has a pretty good hold on this industry. They have a pretty good relationship with this industry. They have a stranglehold compared to the rest of the media. I don't see them having to change. Maybe they make a few tweaks here or there. They've made a few tweaks the last, I think, 5 or 6 years, but nothing major, right? And I mean by tweaks is I've seen them kind of start to cover some more in the way of boutiques. They changed Cigar Insider a bit. But again, it's a magazine publication. They have a strong presence. They have a monopoly on most of the cigar news, unfortunately. And I don't see them wanting to change, and I don't see the industry wanting that to change. So they are going to continue to have what they have. They will be around.
Yeah, I think they'll be around. I think that they're not as relevant to retailers as they were
I'm stepping
when
away
I
for just
got
a
in the
minute, guys.
industry.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're very relevant to manufacturers. One thing that I have to tip my cap to Cigar Aficionado, and this is not meant as a slight towards you, Coop, or Charlie at Half Wheel, is they have worked very hard to maintain very deep relationships with the big companies, and I don't think that's going to change. Now, will they still have a physical media? I don't know. But I think Cigar Aficionado has worked really hard to develop very strong relationships with a lot of the major companies. And I think that will pay dividends to them. Now, they may become more electronic. What's interesting is I think there's a divide. I don't think retailers really value Cigar Aficionado as much as manufacturers do. And honestly, I used to order, if it was in the top 25, I ordered tons of boxes the days those came out. Now it's like number one. So I don't think they're going to be as relevant for retailers, but I think for the occasional consumer, for manufacturers, I think they're going to be extremely relevant. But I do think they will probably lose some market share. But I probably know the least of this of everyone on the panel.
Yeah,
But Jay,
Jay,
go
I
ahead,
was
go-
going to say
go
that
ahead.
100% I agree with you. The manufacturers still think for sure that the only publication that moves the needle when it comes in terms of sales is still Cigar Aficionado. That's what they believe. And as Coop will tell you, and Half Wheel, what they're very, very good at is delivering the news in a much faster, system than Aficionado does. Because Aficionado, I know that they get upset because they don't get the first crack at breaking a piece of
Everything.
news, but because they're just not fast enough. We want to put it out, and maybe we get our press release ready a day before, and we send it to Coop. He gets it out timely and when we want him to. But Cigar Aficionado then gets kind of bent out of shape that, hey, we wanted to break this particular time news. Well, we gave you an opportunity. However, your publication timeline doesn't fit what we needed to do. We can't, put something in play 3 weeks before you can publish it. That doesn't. We don't necessarily move that way. But in terms of what we believe has an economic impact, Aficionado still is the publication of record that we believe is going to be most effective to moving products.
They have a star power that, and maybe this may diminish if Marvin isn't with us in 7 years. But for example, the Big Smoke this weekend, we can argue about the importance of announcing the Diamond Crown thing, but Mark Wahlberg was there for breakfast. I like I said, no offense towards any of the other media, I don't see Half Wheel or Coop producing Wahlberg at an event.
No.
And that I think that's Marvin. The question is, if Marvin's not there 7 years from now, but Savona I didn't think anybody could be better than Gordon Mott in his role, and I think Savona has done a great job. They have a certain star power with the manufacturers and with consumers that it's pretty strong.
Yeah. In fact, when Rocky Patel went on Tucker Carlson, from what I was told, it was brokered. I was brokered by Marvin Shanken.
Of course.
So they've got Jay. That's a great point you make. They have a lot of influence in this, and that's a valid point you make. There's no question about it. Like I said, I don't like some of the tactics that are used. I could tell you some stories, where information goes to retailers and the retailers are told not to share it because Aficionado has a story coming out. I won't name the companies on that, but you know that's gone on, and I don't really think they need to do that. Where they need to kind of, because like you just said, Charlie or I are not going to be able to compete on certain levels. Certainly, I'm not going to be able to compete on a level to get a celebrity star power. They're not going to. We're not going to hurt them on that.
But it is different for retailers. I remember at the Big Smoke a couple of years ago in Miami, I made the mistake of trying to talk to Marvin when he got off the stage. and he was a complete asshole. And I don't think that, even though Charlie and I sometimes may disagree, I would never have been treated that way from anyone else in the media. But Marvin's Marvin. I mean, he interviewed Fidel Castro and Michael Jordan, and I get the sense from things Savona and people said that maybe Marvin's not the easiest person to get along with or to work for. And George would know that better than I would. But they have an undeniable star power, and the question is, what's their succession planning?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, and I have respect for that staff. I mean, I've gotten to know Greg Mottola over the past couple of years, and
good guy, real
good guy. And and we don't really talk too much shop about what we do. We talk industry stuff maybe, and I've had great conversations with him over the last couple of years. So
me as well.
He met my wife. He's one of the few people in the industry who met my wife. Bear hasn't met my wife, so.
Yeah, Greg and I had a conversation on a bus at Pro Cigar about their ratings. And one thing I do admire about Cigar Aficionado that no one else does is they reward consistency. And none of us here are cigar manufacturers. Well, Tim, I guess to a certain extent, you're a cigar manufacturer. But to make the same cigar great year after year, Cigar Aficionado's list rewards that. And
I like
that is something
and
I
like that. I like it too. I think they do, and that's why we do. When we do our show at the end of the year, it's something that's very important. And they're not rewarding the best new cigar of the year. They're rewarding the best performing cigar of the year. And I think
like what if Grand Cru just is the best Grand Cru that Davidoff's made in 20 years? There's a reward for that. Obviously, Davidoff doesn't get any number ones, but yeah, there is something about Cigar Aficionado that they built. And obviously, George was there at the Genesis, and he probably has a lot more perspective than we do. But yeah, I don't see them going away. They seem too powerful. But you never know what happens if something. I don't know who owns a magazine if something happens to Marvin. I don't know those details.
Well, there have been other print. There are other print magazines, and they do a great job. And I've always said, I think I said in the last show, this is a print industry still. Our industry still, values print more than online. But these other magazines really haven't been able to crack Cigar Aficionado is what I'm saying either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, George, I know you've got probably a lot to say on this, but an interesting question I think I'd like to pose to you and to the rest of the panel. In 7 years, is it too much to ask the premier publication of our industry to cover political news relating to the cigar industry at least half as well as Charlie does at Half Wheel?
I just don't think that's their. I don't. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's what their niche is.
Oh, it's an honest question, I think, and I think it's a fair one. So
I think it would take away from their niches more. I still think there's still lifestyle in there.
So you still maintain, Coop, because you and I have gotten into this discussion and argument. You still maintain that Cigar Aficionado is not a journalistic enterprise; it's an entertainment enterprise.
No, it's journalistic, and they do great journalistic. But I think their focus is on lifestyle, not necessarily politics. I just don't think that's their forte.
That's why they had their particular cover boy this month. They're not.
Good point.
But he's not.
Good point there. But that's a
no.
departure.
Sorry.
That was a departure.
Sorry.
But
You
they
opened the
weren't
door, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but did they talk policy? Did they talk cigar policy in that interview? I haven't seen the interview. I don't think they talked.
I'd
That's where I'm
argue
going
that
with
other than the Cuba situation, I think Cigar Aficionado was apolitical. I think they try to avoid politics, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Sure.
I'm gonna shut up. I keep saying that, George. We want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, again, I was looking at it slightly different. What I believe is that I think that there's a very good chance that Cigar Aficionado appears to the customer in a slightly different way in 7 years, because there's no such thing as a newsstand anymore, and there's really no money in mailing hard copies to consumers. And as you correctly noted, Jay, retailers don't support the magazine anymore. That was very important in the beginning. It isn't now. But they're not going away, and they're going to continue this incestuous relationship with the industry, which I think is basically overall really, really healthy. Listen, Coop, you know that I have a tremendous respect for what you do. And Bear, I love the stuff that you do. And I'm a fan of Charlie. I love the fact that Charlie built his niche you guys can do things that it is impossible by virtue of their production schedule. You do things that it's not within the ken of Cigar Aficionado to manage. That's one of the reasons why Insider continues the way it is. So they do have a vehicle for breaking news, but that's not their business, and they're not. We're never going to. So think about it this way. In your wildest dreams, do you ever imagine that a show with the kind of production budget that Three Body Problem had would have had a central character in the show with a poster of some other cigar media in the background? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You know, in what was it, the second episode of the show, you see the rich kid with the snack food company in his place, and there's a gigantic poster, a blow up of his cover story from Cigar Aficionado. Cigar Aficionado is part of the public's perception of what the business is and how it works, and it is integral to the relationship that celebrity has lent to the cigar business. The way that we attacked moving cigars forward with recognizable personalities, the way we mated celebrity and cigars is unchallenged. It contributed untold amounts to the entire industry. In other words, the growth of the business came because Cigar Aficionado seized the public's imagination. There were all kinds of other people that came in the way. Listen, the explosion of cigar media is the greatest thing that ever happened to all of us. But without Cigar Aficionado starting the way they did, which was relatively modest, what we started out to do, listen, no matter what anybody tells you, nobody expected that it was going to be the dominant phenomena of the 90s and that it would be the one magazine launch that survived the most prolific era of magazine birth and flameouts in the last 100 years. So it's extraordinary that they managed to do that. But I can see them changing their schedule a little bit. I can see there being more than one way to be a part of it. And I can see Cigar Aficionado going to a point, like 7, 8, 10 years in the future, where what you actually get from them once a year for your subscription is this really cool annual that comes like the old fucking Neiman Marcus catalog used to be, that you get the wish book in sometime between Halloween and Thanksgiving, and you get this massive volume which accumulates all this stuff, and it continues in its role as kingmaker in the business. That it anoints people at the top. And then there's one other thing I want to say, and then I'll step down from the soapbox. I applaud absolutely the recognizing that one of the characteristics that Cigar Aficionado embraces and encourages consumers to recognize is consistency from the manufacturers. And one of the ways that that's been possible is because Cigar Aficionado has been editorially consistent. You can have a solid relationship with the ratings in Cigar Aficionado because essentially the same people have been doing it for so long, and they're extraordinarily experienced. And the mix of people and the constant rotation of all these other publications that are out there don't offer you that opportunity. Consistency, reliability, that's a trust factor that gets built. But I believe that the production of a physical magazine is something that is vanishing. Now, is Cigar Aficionado going to continue to be this thing that comes out as this extraordinary glossy thing that you physically want to hold in your hand and look at? Absolutely. But how often you get it and in what format, that could evolve. In other words, you could be receiving really elegant, updated information from them digitally on a basis, and then once a year you get this beautiful package, and there's all kinds of things that allows them to step into, because don't mistake anything for this. Cigar Aficionado and M. Shanken Communications is an event company. The wine experience, the whiskey fest, and the big smoke are all the ways that the consumer is drawn in ever tighter. And if it wasn't for that, and the success of that, you wouldn't have Bear reciting statistics about what a cigar is made of, right? In other words, the idea that a consumer responds when you tell them, oh, it's got a San Andres wrapper and this Pennsylvania broadleaf binder and filler from Nicaragua and Honduras and the Dominican Republic, and people go, wow, that's really cool. I love that. That's what I want. Man, 30 years ago, forget it. Yeah, I mean, it was first of all, it was like pulling teeth to get a manufacturer to say this is the wrapper we use, let alone talk about actually what the fillers were. So the evolution, the way that it's impacted the market has benefited everybody up and down the chain. Retailers, it's benefited consumers, it's benefited retailers, it's benefited distributors, it's benefited manufacturers. Everybody has had their business lives changed because of what Cigar Aficionado introduced as the way to demonstrate that you're a hipster in the cigar world.
George, I wanted to pose a question to you. It's a play off of Coop and I's most recent show on Primetime Special Edition, The War Room, where we posed the fictitious trading of assets, Cigar Aficionado being one of them. You mentioned M. Shank Entertainment is an event company. I mean, if you had to play funsies, what out of the Whiskey Advocate, Wine Spectator, and Cigar Aficionado, if Marvin Shanken was forced to sell off one of those entities, which would he divest himself of first, in your opinion? Again, for funsies.
Well, just a random guess, but I would probably tell you that Whiskey Advocate would be the first thing to be spun off because it could be tropical. He could be looking into the future and saying, okay, this is fun now, but it's going to go down. Wine Spectator is how he built his fortune and his empire, and he transformed it from a newsprint that was distributed in Napa to people in the industry to the thing that made people aware of how American wines fit into the international scene. And Cigar Aficionado is his baby that transformed his life. I mean, Cigar Aficionado changed Marvin's profile, everything about the company's reputation in a staggering way. It's really hard to put into words the impact that had. And so letting go of something like that, it's a little bit like saying, okay, which one of your kids do you want to abandon? But Whiskey Advocate being something that he didn't start, he didn't build, he didn't transform, he just folded it into his empire. And not that it's been the way that it has been folded into the publication and series and the events that happen as a result is very sophisticated. It's really smart.
George, I've long wanted to ask you this question. As Coop mentioned at the top of the show, him and I, in a very large part, and I would say exclusively for me, I don't want to speak for Coop, I would not be podcasting if it weren't for you. Your Draper dialogues, your work at Cigar Aficionado were an inspiration to me journalistically, and pushed me to become a better interviewer. That being said, I've received and I say this humbly, I've received remarkable, very humbling praise from a lot of folks in the industry saying that I'm one of the best interviewers that they've ever seen, and that's
absolutely
takes me a lot to say that out loud, especially very publicly, because it's very humbling.
Yeah.
I want you to take yourself out of this next question, because I hold you to just an exceptional standard. Who's the most talented interviewer that you ever saw, or it could be a current member of that staff at Cigar Aficionado? Not to take away from anybody else, but who do you think was the very best other than yourself?
Well, I will tell you this. Gordon used to have a great way of inserting himself into the conversations without appearing to direct things. He got depth and honesty And in a way, so think of it this way. If Marvin is conducting the interview, there are all these other parameters, and everybody's fearful of, I got to be on my, mind my P's and Q's. I got to be putting my best foot forward for everything that I say. I can't afford to misspeak with him. But with Gordon, the pressure was, lessened significantly. And Gordon was such a talented guy at how he would sort of come at these guys in the most gentle and unassuming way, so that he would get people to be honest with him, to give him organic responses to things that just came up in the course of conversation. It felt much less like an interview where he's sitting there. The old saying used to be, "What's the worst thing that can happen to a modern businessman?" The secretary buzzes your intercom and says, "Dan Rather's in the waiting room." Right? In other words, there was never a confrontational aspect about it. There was never anything that put you on edge. With Gordon, you knew that there was a way. And by the way, I think that Savona has done an incredible job of absorbing Gordon's lessons. He's really, really great at not inserting himself into the process and gently working his way towards, because Simona's not afraid to ask the big questions, or to put something in front of somebody and say, "Hey, what about this?" But he does it. He learned a lot from watching Gordon manage that process, and the way that he edited what came out of it, so that people were always at ease. And let me tell you something. The having the back and forth with people where you're really trying to get them to tell you more than what they prepared to say is all about finding some common ground and getting them to warm up to the back and forth in the best possible way, not in, "I'm here with my list of questions, and you probably know 15 of the ones that are going to be there, and maybe there's 5 or 6 that are original, and that pause and make you stop and say, 'Hey, that's a good question. I hadn't thought about it that way.'" And Gordon was really, really gifted at doing that, and I think Savona has absolutely stepped in, having absorbed that. David did. He was fantastic in all of the time that he stood in the shadows and kept things going in terrific, even keeled way, while the faces at the front, maybe changed their circumstances. It's he's a gift, and Savona could take you know, he could coast into retirement continuing to do it. The question is, sorry, I don't, guys, does anybody mind? I got one thing to ask the group.
Sure, please.
Yep.
The question is, does the industry want cigar aficionado to change? And by that, I mean the entire community. Look at it holistically. In other words, are we getting to a point where consumers want something different? Do retailers want to be engaged again in a way? And do manufacturers have maybe a different ask going forward? So if Cigar Aficionado were to change, in other words, if it looked and felt and acted differently in 7 years, I think it would be because there was some pressure, might be the wrong way to say it, but an ask that appears, that is honest and straightforward, saying, "Okay, we need X, we need it. You have to pivot, you have to grow, you have to change, you have to address X." Does that make sense?
Yeah. I contend the industry does not want this change.
Yeah.
Because they agree to
Yeah.
things that they wouldn't agree to, some ridiculous things, basically. So they're like, okay, some of the stuff that they're asked to do are ridiculous, but they want that press from aficionado, and like I said, even some of the other print publications, just they haven't even chipped away at aficionado. Is my
No.
point.
They're content to mine their turf
Yeah.
in the shadow of the
Yeah.
titan that is CA, because they can't, that you can't automatically step up. There's no way that Cigars and Spirits or Cigar Snob or anybody else can step up and say to, Tom Selleck or Mark Wahlberg or somebody else, we're going to put you on the cover and X is going to happen.
There really only is one other. There's only a handful of industries that have like I talk to people who do entertainment blogging, and People Magazine's like the same thing. Well, People Magazine's they're a cigar aficionado. They kind of operate the same way. So, and they don't see the entertainment business changing, getting away from People Magazine.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Entertainment Weekly might have something to say about that, but that's okay. The thing is, you always get better when you have a rival. In other words, if you're the only act in town, you have a tendency to ossify. As long as you have people that are trying, even if all they're trying to do is chip away at the fringes and say, we can take the young market, we can take the fabulously wealthy market, or we can take the women away from your readership and build our own niche. Right?
We see some of that in cigar media right now too. We see a little like where cigar
Yeah,
aficionado
you
won't
mean
cover certain stories, so they kind of
fracture.
go, yeah,
Other people get to pick it up. Other people get to pick it
yeah.
up because they go, Cigar Aficionado is never going to report on this. Dude, you have no idea how I banged my head against the wall to get us to start covering music. And Marvin's like, if it's not James Brown or Frank Sinatra, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Anyway, sorry.
the rest of the panel to George's question.
I think absolutely the savviest companies use all the media, right? So obviously, Cigar Aficionado has a purpose in their mind in the sense that it is, the ratings hold the most water for the average consumer. So that's what we use it for. We all want to have that big glossy feature where, we're the cigar maker of the month. But, also there's an audience that craves daily content. And that's what social media does for us. That's what the Coop and the blogs do for us. So it lets us address different aspects of it. If we want something that's more interactive and something that creates a discussion among what we would call an educated smoker, then that's using social media. That's talking to the blogs. You get a much quicker response. But at the end, we also want that nice glossy page in aficionado,
Yeah.
and we want that 90. So we use savviest companies kind of take advantage of everything that we have available because we have so few marketing channels that it's doesn't behoove us to ignore something and just go, I want to put all my eggs in this one basket. And everything has a purpose that we can use and trying to get to, as part of our marketing plan. And different things have different functions, and aficionados still, as far as, in my opinion, for the manufacturers, if that's the sales, that's what we're looking for. And we want to get the most visibility, because I still think as few subscribers or lessening number of subscribers they have, it's still the one sort of rock solid publication. As Coop was saying, we are still very much print media based because for many, many years, that's the only outlet that we had. But the savviest companies are using all of it and holding it for different categories of information they want to pass and different smokers are trying to reach.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Tim. They have today, as a result of the things that have happened, they have a lot of quivers, a lot of arrows in their quiver that they didn't have before, and they use those to reach different segments of the market, which didn't exist before. The idea that the market wasn't monolithic was not, that didn't exist. So that the glory is that you guys have contributed these extraordinary communities, and you continue to water them and watch them grow, and you get more respect and more cooperation from manufacturers as you continue to prove your value.
Right, and I'll give you an example myself. As the example, 25 years ago, before I got into the cigar business, and I was a consumer, the only thing we had to reach other consumers was bulletin boards. We had, Cigar Weekly, we had Herfer's Paradise, and that was the only thing we could do to talk to other people who shared our hobby and our passion. Now there's, multiple channels to do that, and people are always curious, and there are ways for us to kind of reach each other, which is, fascinating and a million times better than what we had previously. So I think
And much more
all those,
rewarding, and much more rewarding because it is this two-way conversation. That's beauty. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah. What's interesting is there are things that like maybe I used to cover that aficionado would never cover, and now that I've grown a bit, I understand why
Why?
cigar aficionado doesn't cover it anymore
Yeah.
because it doesn't really generate an ROI. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool to get an information on a single store release, but I can tell you the percentage of traffic is less than 1% on Cigar Coop with those covering those types of things, and it's time
I love it.
consuming. It's time consuming.
Fantastic.
So now I've had to push back on these types of things. It's kind of ruffled a few feathers with companies, but I'm like, it just I have to look at the numbers. Like 10 years ago, it made sense for me to do it. It doesn't anymore.
It's
So
called allocation of resources.
yeah, it's exactly. It's called out. It's just it's a product, and I'd love to cover everyone if I could. I just can't,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's worth hiring someone to cover this. See, that's why Cigar Aficionado has never covered a lot of these types of releases over the years.
Give me 1 second, guys. You keep going, but I got to go get a charging cable and maybe even a new pair of earbuds because I'm losing battery power.
Okay.
Jay, did you
Yeah.
have any
Okay.
thoughts? Because I wanted to
Oh,
answer George's
yeah.
question as well.
No,
You can
go
go
ahead.
first if you want to. I have some thoughts, but I can go after you, Bear.
Great.
Well, I think so I say this as a 15 plus year subscriber of Cigar Aficionado, and that's not going to change, regardless of what I say. No, but you can call I suppose I've been called idealistic, and I suppose there's worse insults in the world. But I would like in the next 7 years, I would like Cigar Aficionado to, uh, with the crown that they have so neatly placed on their head, hold themselves to a little bit greater of a standard, in terms of covering the industry. I think that there's more than, 5-star golf courses and 4-star Michelin restaurants, um, and a select few number of manufacturers to cover. I mentioned earlier that I would love to see them cover the industry's issues a little bit more. I would also like them to cover retailers in a little bit better of a light. Blue Smoke of Dallas may not have a 100-year-old bar with diamond inlay and, the premier collection of scotches and whiskeys, but it's a fine establishment that deserves a moment in the spotlight, along with hundreds just like you, Jay. And I think that or establishments like that deserve a moment in the spotlight. And I've long since this, even though Steve Saka has insisted that it's a mutual agreement, I think it's also largely dishonest for a entity like Cigar Aficionado to claim to have a pulse on the industry and a claim to have journalistic integrity and refuse to review cigars, from a preeminent manufacturer that, from just to take a quote from you, Jay, is the number one sales company in your establishment, and you're not alone. And I'm sure there's brick and mortars out there that have Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust even higher, but because of a mutual agreement, whatever you want to call it, disagreement agreement, you'll have, they refuse to even acknowledge his existence. And I think that
Go ahead, Bear. Finish up because I have a
I
thought on that.
I think that's largely dishonest. And again, if they are, to my point earlier, if they're a journalistic organization, there's a lot to be there's a lot to be desired from that. And I say that as a 15-year plus subscriber, and that's not going to change.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of a lot of things that they do. I enjoy the magazine. I enjoy their work. And it's, in a large part, it's a big reason of why I'm here. So, but
But Bear,
that's me.
I had to make a tough decision, in the last year with someone, not to cover them anymore. And I don't want to get into, but there was sometimes that happens, and I get what you're saying about soccer and everything, but I had to make some decision. I had to make a decision this past year on someone,
Sure.
And it's not so people could say the same thing on me is what I'm going to say. It's a fair point, but it had to be done is what I'm just saying from my end. So you hope that time heals wounds, and you think the wounds would have healed by now, 10 years later, 12 years later, is what I'm saying with soccer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take. I mean, I'll take that comment, Coop. But at the same time, you don't claim to be the foremost cigar publication on the market.
Fair. That's fair too.
Yeah.
That's fair too.
I think that Cigar Aficionado is not going to change much in the next few years, but I do think that some change has to happen. I look like a cigar smoker from the 1980s. I'm a white dude. There are odds that I'm not aware of. The industry is changing. Women are having a much more front and center in our industry. African Americans, Indian Americans. There is this almost European feel to Cigar Aficionado. And in the United States, you have a lot of middle class smokers. And I think, particularly when I look at my children, my two youngest children, they're 16 and 19, this generation alpha, they're going to demand different types of coverage. And I think that Cigar Aficionado has whether it's true or not, there's this perception, even in my mind, because they all look like me, that they're white men from the Northeast. And I think that Cigar Aficionado is going to have to make some major changes, and maybe this will happen with Marvin's retirement, to be more inclusive. I hate to use politically correct terms, but I think Charlie has sort of started that trend, and I think that this next generation, people that are probably in their late teens and early 20s who will become significant cigar smokers in the next 15 to 20 years, they're going to want something different. And I think that things like Half Wheel and How About That Cigar and ELOSOFUMARTAKES and Coop are going to have different things to offer. The industry is not a bunch of white guys in New York anymore. If you spend any time in the manufacturing process, you realize how much women are involved. But I think more and more women are running cigar shops. More African Americans are running cigar shops. A lot of Indian Americans, a lot of Asian Americans. And I think Cigar Aficionado might not sit well on the mouth feel of Generation Alpha. I think the millennials, they're not probably going to complain. But I do think that structurally, when we sit here, if we're still here on your 14th anniversary, Bear, we'll have some different perspectives. So I think Cigar Aficionado is safe for the next 5 to 10 years, but there are a lot of things that have to change in cigar media, and I think Cigar Aficionado is going to be a little bit behind on that. There's going to be some cheese getting moved, because I do think that, like you made the point about Blue Smoke of Dallas, it does frustrate me when I open the magazine and there's a palatial cigar shop that just opened that somebody spent $3 million in that I could never afford to build. And there tends to be a Northeast white male bias. And the industry is not 1990 anymore. It's a very different industry. Just look at the women of PCA. Look at a lot of these new cigar shop owners at the PCA. We see this. And I think that Cigar Aficionado is going to have some things to wrestle with over the next 10 to 15 years, but probably not the next 5 to 7.
That's a good point.
Very valid point, for sure.
Very valid point, yeah.
Because alphas think differently. Like we went out to breakfast this morning, had coffee with my son, just talking to him about life, about the cigar industry, and alphas perceive things so differently. And I think in some ways it's very refreshing. They are as different from my generation as probably, I would imagine, the silent generation, just wondering about these crazy baby boomers smoking pot. There's going to be a big seismic shift in our country, and we're already seeing it in cigar shops. I mean, it used to be, I used to have to talk to my employees, hey, if a woman comes in, treat her like a man. We're way beyond that. It's not a question of, is there a woman in the shop? There might be more women than men in the shop sometimes. And things are changing. And I don't know if Cigar Aficionado focusing upon yachts and Derek Jeter and, the Belmont Stakes is really appealing to these younger people that are going to become the predominant. Because 15 years from now, we're all going to be retired. Or maybe not you, Bear, maybe not you, Tim, but
I will.
The other three of us, we're going to be retired or maybe under 6 feet of dirt. I think that things are changing in our industry in a good way. It's becoming a very different industry. And you're going to see more Rocky Patels, people that don't have that family legacy running cigar companies. And I think that that's going to really move the Chiefs for Cigar Aficionado down the road. But I don't think in the next 5 to 7 years.
Gotcha.
But I don't
Well,
think
what
that's
you just
an audience
described-
based.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Tim.
George.
What you just described is what I was referring to when I said the market, the community is going to ask for change. We don't know how fast they're going to respond, but I can promise you that they will. I think in some ways they already have. For one thing, when we started, there was no chance that you were going to see retailers in the magazine because they didn't want to do exactly that, alienate other people that were there and say, hey, how come I'm not in there? So the evolution, I don't like the idea, the things that you're talking about that are featured in the magazine these days are because they're cigar bars. In other words, they're places that have alcohol as a part of their business proposition. And that's what gets focused. And the money that's involved in building those things is changing our business. Okay. But I think that you will see Cigar Aficionado respond more than you believe. Maybe not as fast as any of us would like, but I believe you'll see it.
I was going to say, Coop was saying earlier, it's a lifestyle magazine, and the cigar content is almost secondary. And even though, Jay, we see it at the ground level, because I agree with you 100%, the demographics are changing daily. I mean, between women, between African American smokers, it's great to see, more diversity and a new, generation of cigar smokers coming through. But based on what you've seen with Aficionado, it's still based on what they believe the demographics are, and this is who's picking up that magazine. If and if you look at that new, I don't want to call it generation, but this new group of smokers coming in, they don't care for Cigar Aficionado anyway. The blue collar smokers is always kind of, I think this is, I call it the Lou Rothman effect. I remember reading his catalog, and his biggest line was, what's the difference between a $10 cigar and a $2 cigar? $8. So they're already ignoring that particular information as it is. And so, yeah, does Aficionado want that audience? I think George is right. Eventually, yes, but I don't think they're in any hurry to move that needle, to that particular demographic yet, because whatever it is, it's still very successful to them.
Tim, my point is that audience is going to have to make themselves felt.
Sure.
They're the ones that are going to need to create pull so that change happens. They have to make their impact in it. And it will, I believe that it will come first from operators. In other words, from retailers, people who are the interface between consumers and the larger forces in the business. Because don't think for a minute, I think all of us can agree right here that the change in the makeup of the cigar smoking community has already exerted change on what manufacturers are offering for sale.
Sure. All right, let's move on to our fourth question, which is about another pillar in the industry. We talked about Cigar Aficionado, obviously, but another pillar of the industry as we know it is the Premium Cigar Association. And, I know that one of our panel members can offer some pretty unique perspective as part of being a member of the board of that organization. So, but I know that we all have some thoughts on this. So is PCA still structured functioning the same as it does today in 7 years? Jay, I'd like to give you the honors.
Oh, I want to be the last person to speak. PCA is changing from being a trade show to being, I think where PCA wants to be is they want to have multiple sources of revenue. They want to be a necessary part of the industry. Because I think one thing that at least PCA believes is that it's not a question of whether the FDA has the right to regulate us. The appellate court was very clear in oral arguments. They have a right to regulate us, and eventually they're going to figure it out. So the PCA, I think, wants to develop maybe like lawyers have, or they self-regulate, that stores will have standards that they're going to be encouraged to adhere to, so that the PCA can say to FDA, this is what we're doing to move the industry forward, whether it's clean air, hygiene, carding, make sure people are the appropriate age. I think the PCA wants to change a lot. The question is, do they have the intestinal fortitude? I don't know. We are definitely at a point of flux. There's a lot of disagreement about where we want to go, but I think the PCA has to change. They have gone from being a trade and expo organization to having a large advocacy part, and I think that their goal to be more involved with retailers, to provide more benefits, to learn how to communicate better, to be more involved internationally. There's a lot of things that need to happen. I hope we can do those things. I think, like George had mentioned to me at the show this year, we may get to a point where the only place to hold a trade show might be in a cigar producing country. Though cigar producing countries take money from the UN, and that makes it very difficult for them on their smoking regulations, because if you take money from the UN and International Monetary Fund, that limits your smoking. But I think PCA is headed in the right direction. Will they get there? In 7 years, I think PCA will be around. But the organization needs to change a lot. It has changed a lot in the last few years, and it needs to continue to change. And I hope to God that we have the leadership to do it. I'm fine. That's the reason I ran for another term. It certainly wasn't because I wanted to read legal contracts and study balance sheets. And I think that we're going fast and furious, and we're going to make some missteps. So I think PCA will be here in 7 years. I hope that CRA will be here in 7 years, and I think that CAA will definitely be here in 7 years, and maybe another organization will crop up. I don't know, but we've got a tough road ahead of us, and it's not going to be without its challenges or its critics.
Membership is going to drive those changes too. What we need to hope is that PCA continues to be a valid partner in the business that new cigar operators want, right? And that role has been thrust upon them. It wasn't necessary in the old days, but being an advocate both for consumers and for retailers, and being part of the way the industry faces regulatory and taxation efforts is vital. They must perform that function. And by the way, they have grown into this in an incredible way and in a very compressed timeline. I mean, if you look at the evolution of the way we went from RTDA to IPCPR to the PCA and the resultant changes in its behavior, they did it at a much faster rate than the NRA changed their personality and their mission. And the NRA is arguably the model for half the people that are in the business of defending anybody in the sin industry. So, bravo. I think it's incredible. I don't see them going away. I do see them responding to a changing demographic, both of consumer and of their constituency, their native constituency. Companies are going to be different, and the retailers who pay their dues are going to be different. We just have to make sure that the PCA continues to attract everybody who wants to be in the industry as a member. And the same thing is true for CRA. Absolutely. It's vital that everybody supports CRA because they're your partner. You need them.
I think the hardest thing for us as an industry is to kind of speak with one voice. I mean, you look at all the different trade organizations, and PCA is still always sort of the overarching kind of organization that's always kind of spoken for us. And over the 20 years that I've worked in this business, I've watched the evolution, and I got to give you guys a lot of credit because recently the change is very apparent, and the change is important. We definitely, the thing that scares, I think, the manufacturers the most is that consumer day, but it's obvious that consumers need to be part of that. So how do we integrate that, which I think is, something that you guys have taken on as an effort And I think that's important for us to get all of us involved. And I think that evolution is coming because we do need to speak with one voice, and the fragmentation that we have as an industry is hard, and so if this is going to be the organization that drives sort of our political, economic, and everything, the goodwill, that's very important to us. And I think that, coming on with new board members, young, a newer crop of people that are just coming into the industry gives new perspective. And I think that's important as well, as George is saying, because we want to be more inclusive, obviously, and change is scary. So obviously you guys are kind of tasked with, kind of driving that change and giving us direction for that. And that's probably the most important part of our industry right now, is just somebody driving, what we need to keep us going, both politically, economically, and from a consumer perspective as well. And I think that's a very hard task, but you guys are moving, in that direction and try and take on all of that, which is important because we just don't have, that one voice, and we haven't had that for 20 years. It's always been separate groups, and I think it's important that you guys are moving in that direction, because it's all important to see that we represent, kind of one solidarity, one voice.
Yeah, just in the last 4 years, I was saying, just in the last 4 years, we have seen the board go from basically all white men with one woman to multiple women on the board, African Americans on the board. We even have a gentleman who's a retailer in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, I'm sorry, who is part of our committees. Things are changing, and I think that we need to become more and more diverse. And obviously, adding the manufacturers on the board, things used to be, well, let's see what happens, to just shutting up and saying to the manufacturers of the board, what do you think? What do you think your colleagues would think about this? Things are so different now from my first meeting in July of 2021 than they are now. And that's great, but we need to continue to change, adopt, and evolve, or we're going to become irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Go ahead, Coop.
Go back to 2019, and when they announced the rebranding of IPCPR PCA, the words I heard from Scott Pierce at that presentation: "We want to be a full service organization." They couldn't. Then there were some problems that happened right out of the gate, right? COVID, the Big Four leaving, the trade show getting canceled, and I think some of that got delayed for a bit. And you got to give the PCA credit. In 2020, people thought the PCA might be dead. I mean, there were people wondering if there'll ever be another trade show again. That question was coming up. And they brought all that back right now. I think the other lesson that they learned is not to put all the eggs in one basket with the trade show. It was very, very clear they lost that sense, that piece of revenue. So, Bear, to answer your question in the short term, they are going to be a different organization 7 years from now. I have some concerns. Maybe they're moving a little faster than they should. I have some concerns that, retail has built this organization for 90 years. And when you heard the race tonight about consumers coming in, it was a polarized. Jay, you could attest that this was a polarizing reaction by a lot of people. There's people still not happy about this. Okay. That being said, I do think they need to change on those things. But my concern is that you have to still make sure you're taking care of the people who have supported you for 90 years on this. And that's where I have a little concern on some of this stuff right now. I think they're moving a little too fast right now, from my liking, Jay. But I think they need to put a lot of these changes in. But you and I have talked about a couple of things that I've had some concerns about with that. So I do think they need to be a different organization in 7 years. I actually had this question, Jay. If for some reason they couldn't have a trade show 1 year, right? Like they can't get a venue, right? And it's challenging to get a venue. What do? You're going to need a source of revenue, right? So maybe PC has to put on an expo for consumers to get that revenue back. There's things that so I think it's good that they're thinking of some of these things right now, and they recognize they can't do business like 1980 anymore. They have to do business that's 2030 right now. They have to look at. So, like I said, I think they still need to control the pace a little more with that. Maybe some of the concepts need to be a little more finalized before they're announced. But I do think I have confidence in the leadership. I have confidence in the board that they can get this done. And I think we will see a different organization. 7 years from now will be 2031, right? So I think we'll see a very different organization then.
We're catching up. I mean, I know there's a lot of criticism that last year's show was over NCAA basketball tournament, and this year's show is over Passover. And a lot of that was getting out of the gate very slowly in 2020. I mean, we're already negotiating contracts for 2030 and 2031, and we're being a lot more. We're preparing better. We're actually discussing what halls we want to be in. We're looking at dates. I think that just a lot of things were very compressed with the staff being laid off in 2020.
It delayed a lot
that
of
was
things.
before my time. And but I think that Scott Pierce did a lot, had set some good vision. I think that Josh has some different lawsuits that are also benefiting us. But yeah, things are going fast and furious right now, and we're probably going to have some missteps. But I think that we're trying to change.
The transparency and the communications are so much better than they were 10 years ago, or even 7 years ago. You want to go back to 7 years ago? You guys have made incredible progress with transparency and communications that I never thought I would see in my career covering the cigar
Which
industry.
goes to serving the constituency.
Yep.
That's the point. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
And open elections really helped that.
I think that was key. Yeah, I think, like I said, you guys there's position statements that come out now. It's really, really good. There's thought leadership, which I think was lacking going back a decade ago. The thought leadership wasn't. You have thought leadership now in the PCA. And like I said, we can Monday morning quarterback some of that stuff, but at least there is thought leadership going on, which is a really positive I look at. And organizational transformation is a difficult thing to accomplish. You cannot do organizational transformation overnight. So it's going to take a while to get there.
And like I said, we're going to make some mistakes. I mean, some of the guys that have been on the board for 14, 15 years, they're cycling off over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I think Scott Regina is the last person that has been on the board for a long period of time. And there'll be some negatives. We're going to lose some of that institutional knowledge and experience that like a Greg Zimmerman or Scott Regina has or Craig Cass. But there's a lot of new blood coming in. And I think you're going to continue to see more and more of that. And like I said, I think some mistakes will be made because we're going to lose some of the institutional knowledge, but it's a much larger pool of people that we're pulling from now.
Yep.
And I think that we're going in some positive directions. But yeah, it's not going to be perfect or pretty, but we'll be here 7 years from now, and hopefully we'll be a strong organization. And I'm really thankful for the growth we've seen in the last 4 years. And I think a lot of that, the board gets credit, but Scott Pierce and Josh Habursky deserve a lot of credit, as well as the staff that works with them.
Yeah.
They do the day-to-day, and they're a good group of people.
Yeah. We've seen big change with that. I mean, Bear and I from the media standpoint can tell you that firsthand. What we've seen it's been so there's a lot of positives going on. So
like
but I think
we have open discussions about when are we going to have early access for media at the trade show. Those conversations didn't happen 3 years ago. So we're learning from our mistakes, and we're going to make more mistakes. There's no question about that. But I think, the days of like Cigar Dojo wondering, are we going to have another show? I think even he was one of our tougher critics. He's even been like, hey, we're going in a positive direction.
We are. Yeah. It's, we could debate certain things like is the trade show moving to the spring a good or bad thing? I think time's going to tell on that. It's still too early. But there were definitely some positives we saw this year at this year's trade show for sure.
And we still can't throw a party, but we're going to figure that out.
Yeah.
I've thrown some.
Take your flowers, Jay. You've done a good job. It's been positive. The changes are for the whole spectrum very positive.
Yeah.
Nobody can contribute to say that they're can make the claim that they're going backwards or that they have resisted the call for change and the things that they need to do to serve their constituency better. You guys are doing Don't let anybody tell you that all of this debate isn't producing positive change.
Yeah, I agree.
My only follow up to this question before we move on, and Jay, I want you to be the last one to answer it. Is a two-parter. Will Joshua Habursky still be at the top of the organization as executive director? And will Jay Davis hold an officer position on the board in 7 years?
No. I don't know. I can't speak for Jay, but I think Josh, I think the way the industry, the way the business is moving, there's going to be this evolution, and you're going to need there's the desire is going to be to have generational changes. Josh is doing great work, but everybody has a window. There's effectiveness, and then it becomes okay. They're resistant to change.
I actually want to comment on Josh. It's with what executive director, whatever you want to call the role. 5 years is a long time for anyone to be in those roles. Scott was in the role almost like what was it, almost six years or so.
Yeah.
There's a time where it does need to turn. You don't see people in the roles for 20 years, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't.
They lose effectiveness.
They
They
lose
lose
effect-
effectiveness
Yeah.
because they're perceived in a way. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily what they're actually doing, it's what people think.
Yes.
And if you have that perception working against you, it's hard to overcome.
Yeah.
And listen, the thing is, another company is going to come along, another group is going to come along and hire Josh away and say, this fucking guy turned around the cigar industry.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
he fronted the cigar industry's trade association, and by God, talk about a tough job.
Yeah.
So he'll move on, which will be fine. It'll be good for us, and it'll be good for him. It'll be positive. In other words, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong. It's just that that's the natural evolution. And
Yep.
today, the way business works, it happens at a faster pace. I mean, listen, if you think about how long Bill Fader was the head of RTDA, it's insane. Okay, so that dynamic doesn't prevail anymore because, by the way, the members would revolt. We're not going to take being led by X, who is perceived as being old and out of touch.
Absolutely. Tim?
Change is inevitable. I think George has it right in the head. Every so often, somebody gets lured away. Also, somebody comes up with some new ideas that may actually work for us as well. That just kind of is a natural evolution of things. And I think that, 3 to 5 years is probably the amount where somebody can continue to be engaged and effective. And, you make that change. And sometimes it's perceived as going forward or backwards, but it's just inevitable. So I do think that there's going to be some change within 7 years. I don't think that this current structure is going to survive that length of time. It's just inevitable.
Well, since no one wants to answer the Jay question, I'll answer it. I agree with everyone on the Josh point. That 7 years is a long time to hold that position. And I thought Scott did a fantastic job, and I would have loved to have seen 6 more years out of him, but I understand that's just the nature of the position. To Jay's point earlier about a lot of these older members of the board getting cycled out and a lot of that institutional knowledge getting going away, I think we need strong board members and a strong officer corps of that board to represent a balance of awareness of the next generation coming up and of that institutional knowledge. And I think Jay represents that incredibly well. So I hope, Jay, that
there's
you
nothing
stay on
wrong
the
with
board.
there's nothing wrong with having input from emeritus members. Hopefully, Jay is someplace with his feet in the sand on a beach, drinking a cocktail with a fucking umbrella in it and enjoying life, right? Instead of going, oh shit, I got to go to another meeting with this and wade through a stack of paperwork as tall as my son. Forget it, and there's it wears you down. There's it and I'm not saying anything about you, Jay, because I applaud all of the work. That's why I said at the top, it's like it's an unbelievable sacrifice to participate in this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But don't let anybody tell you that the group can't survive without you. When the time comes and you say, "I've had enough, man," throw your hands up and say, "I gotta go. I'm my shack in Fiji is calling me."
Wait,
Right?
being in Fiji is better than trying to make a living $10 at a time?
Yeah. I think with regard to me, I've got 2 more years left of my term, and for the executive committee, they have elections. I have ran twice, and both times I managed to split the vote with somebody, and I lost. There'll be an election in 2 more years. but in 2 more years, I'll be 58, and that's a 10-year commitment. So I don't know if I'll be on the board 7 years from now. I think Josh is interesting. Josh can make a lot of money elsewhere. He's well regarded in DC, and
Absolutely.
he's got his hands in a lot of other businesses. But this is his dream job. But I think even Josh will eventually go do something else bigger and better. But I do think that we're going to have Josh around for the next 4 to 7 years. But I think that I don't see Josh is just too talented to stay at PCA. And he's probably going to find something else he wants to do. He is a person with incredible appetite for learning and success, and I think that he'll reach a point where it's time to move on. I think even Pierce told me that part of the reason he went to CAA was it was time to climb another mountain, and I think that Josh will eventually get to that point. I think we all do. And I mean, I can't imagine being on the board until 2036. So, we'll see. I have a junior in high school. He's my youngest. So my wife has been unable to go to PCA and unable to travel and do different things that I do. And I'm really excited that she's agreed on an 8-day trip to the Dominican at the end of January to go see manufacturers. And she's going to finally come to her first PCA. So a lot of that's going to just be personal decisions. And honestly, I may be irrelevant by then. I think it's new blood's important. I felt very cautious about running a second time for the board. I don't know if I'd want to run a third time. I think right now with Greg Zimmerman leaving, although Greg is not a lawyer, Greg has been very involved in litigation, and I'm a lawyer, and Jared is a lawyer, but I don't know if Jared's going to run again. So I might stay for a couple more years because of my legal and financial background, but I just don't see myself being on the board 7 years from now. Now, 2 years from now, if we have an election, something happens, great. But I think change is good, and we need to have new, insightful people. I feel in some ways bad that Dave Garofalo and Abe Debevna and Jeff Borshowitz are not on the board anymore. But I think there's a new generation of people like that. And I want to see some of the very innovative people. Brandon Hayes, who runs Renegade Cigars, and I hope that he listens to this, is probably the smartest retailer in Texas. Boy, I'd love to see him on the board because he's got so many great ideas. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of untapped potential. And I would love to see what's going to happen with new people coming on the board, because otherwise we become that stagnant pool. And I don't want that to happen. And sometimes it's best for the organization for change. And I don't know if me being on the board for 15 years is really a good thing for the board and for the organization.
The fact that you think that way and say that out loud is the reason why you are such a valuable asset to them.
Thank you.
Seriously, it's absolutely true. So, God bless. Just, keep slugging, and one day when you go, all right, I don't want to do this anymore, I can't, or whatever else, I got the opportunity to go and indulge myself in something else, man. Rock on. But in the meantime, we are all the beneficiaries of your dedication to it. And so
I appreciate it. And I think of mentors like Mike Peacock, who he served a long time on the board, and Mike has immense knowledge and has given so much to this industry. But even Mike realized it was time to move on. And I think that we all get to that point.
Yeah.
And let the next generation, the young ones, as Manolo would say, let the young ones get in there and let them do
the young
good.
ones. Exactly right. Let them step up.
Yeah.
Dynamite.
All right.
All right.
Before we move on to next questions here, we're going to do a rapid fire segment. The next segment is brought to you by Artista Cigars, which is truly the last hidden gem of the Dominican Republic. With nearly 70 years of rolling cigars, this family behind Artista believes in honoring their long-held traditions of handmade artistry. Artista's blends include factory-exclusive tobaccos and front marks for every single budget. In fact, Artista Cigars has one of the most varied portfolios on the market today. There's something for everyone at Artista Cigars. Now, if you're like me and you can never really decide what to smoke, Artista Cigars is a breath of fresh air because I can literally take something from any box of Artista that they have to offer, and I know that I'm going to get something truly special. So this next segment is our this or that segment, gentlemen. I'm specifically outlining it as a this or that, so you pick one or the other. But there is one fun question at the end of this that I thought I would throw into it. So with Halloween just passing, I thought I'd throw some candy questions in there. So, but we're going to go old school. question, old school candy and then some new school. So, butterscotch or peppermint candies?
Peppermint. Better for cigar smokers.
There you go. Tim?
Are we specifically saying candy?
Yeah, specifically candy. Butterscotch or peppermint?
I prefer butterscotch.
Coop, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Coop, you're muted.
Jay and Coop?
I'm on butterscotch.
I figured Coop would be a butterscotch guy.
But I agree. I know what George
yeah.
says about the cigar. I agree with that. Just I'm not a fan of peppermint. That's the only reason.
Yeah. I would say if we're talking cakes or pies, I love butterscotch, but for a candy, it's got to be peppermint.
All right, sticking to candy again. Fruity-based candy, i.e. Skittles, or chocolate-based candies like M&Ms?
Skittles are trash. Candy is chocolate. Case closed.
Fair enough. Tim?
Chocolate for sure.
I'm not a big fan of either, but I'm gonna go fruit.
All right.
Yeah. Not a big fan of either type, but yeah.
You're allowed your opinion, even if it's wrong.
You know, in a world where there's Reese's peanut butter cups, I don't think there's any competition.
Thank you.
I just chocolate and peanut butter. I mean, I even coat my espresso cups with peanut butter and run the espresso in it and pour it over ice and cream. I like sweet stuff, but I love chocolate and peanut butter and those types of things.
So I love to share my irony with this. So I'm as I think everyone on this panel knows, I'm allergic to chocolate. So I don't get to have it. But for the people who know me, their usual alternative to give me something, and it's always very kind and it's well intentioned, is to give me Skittles. And I agree with George. They're absolute trash. I hate Skittles. But candy's not really my thing anyway. All right, looking forward, since that's the theme for tonight, looking forward to the holidays on the horizon. Traditional meals for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Would you rather have a turkey or ham?
This is a geographic issue. If you're south of the Mason-Dixon line, the answer is ham. Turkey is a flavorless bird that you have to work really hard to make palatable. Okay, it's a ritual. Everything about it is fine. If you eat it once a year, it's great. But if somebody comes, listen, tell me this: if somebody comes to you and goes, "Oh, this Easter we're going to have turkey instead of ham," what are you going to do? So you pick up the nearest club and smack them over the head. So let me knock some sense into you. No, the answer is no. Okay, ham. And by the way, what's better than a great spiral sliced ham in terms of the how it works for a party, for a big family gathering, everything else. Turkey is the worst, man. You get, first of all, trying to cook a whole bird so it comes out right is bullshit. And the thing is, but when the minute that you do, there's like people going, "Oh, wait a minute, that was the piece that I wanted," right? You got to have 5 birds if you're going to actually feed everybody at the table what they want. Forget it. Ham is the answer. Period. It's only Puritan joy killers that want to stick with turkey.
Coop?
I'm gonna get in trouble here. I'm a turkey guy.
Yeah, that's not true, Coop. What you are is a contrarian. I'll go for it all the way. You are a contrarian.
I love turkey. I just love it. But I agree. You gotta have it is. You need to embellish it. I agree. So whether it's gravy or brine, things like that, you need to embellish it. I agree with that.
It does take a lot of work.
Fix it. You got to fix it.
Yeah.
Ben Franklin was wrong.
Jay and Tim?
Go ahead, Jay. You can tell us. It's all right. If you want to say turkey, it's okay.
I don't really care if it's turkey or ham, but I have to have my spicy Italian sausage stuffing regardless.
There you go.
I'm going to really upset Bear with this. If I had a choice, and I don't always have a choice, it would be beef Wellington.
I
really
agree.
like,
I agree. That's become
if
part
you're
of
going
our.
to do turkey, do a turducken.
There you go.
But generally
But
we have both. I
beef
don't like
Wellington
turkey.
beef Wellington is a Christmas meal, not a Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, I mean, if the turkey was made at like a barbecue place, some of the barbecue places in Texas do a great job with turkey. I'm just not a fan. I mean, I've done sirloin steaks before, and I've done fillets. I'll go with the flow, but if I had to choose, I would choose ham over turkey.
So living north of the Mason-Dixon line and being a Puritan, we eat turkey. I mean, Asians eat pork pretty much every day of the year. So once a year, we can go with the white bird.
Nice. Sounds like I need to have George over for my Thanksgiving turkey because, yes, it does take a lot of work, but it's damn good. But I do like both. All right, so Jay brought up the next question. He's got to have his Italian sausage. You called it, what did you call it? Italian sausage what?
I always make my stuffing with Italian sausage at the core.
All right, so is it
And
stuffing?
cashews.
Is it stuffing or is it dressing?
I call it stuffing, but we don't ever put it inside the damn bird
That's right.
because then it dries out the stuffing.
Yeah. I'm the same way. Same answer for me.
It's dressing. It's dressing because you don't. Stuffing. Stuffing is a stupid name that goes back to fucking packaged goods being sold in the 1950s, and it's for lame-o housewives that are buying a butter bar. Forget it, man. It's not. It's dressing because it's a side dish. But by the way, the most dangerous thing you can do is actually put stuffing
Yes.
inside the bird.
Yeah, no
Yep.
shit. It's terrible.
It's the dumbest thing you can do. It's like, okay, let me poison everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't like E. coli and salmonella with your holidays?
Right, exactly. Come on,
All right, Tim, dressing or stuffing? What's it called?
Well, it's stuffing for us, and I'm the only one that actually eats it Thanksgiving, so I make it. And I do use Italian sausage just like Jay does. But for us, being Chinese, we have that's where we use our culture as the side dishes. The bird is always going to be the bird, but the most anticipated dish that we love during Thanksgiving is my mom makes this rice dish, and again, we have to have rice with every meal, so that sort of becomes the favorite side dish is her rice dish, and it has
crispy rice.
sausage, it has vegetables, dried shrimp. These are non-traditional things, but we love it, and so we have turkey with rice.
There you go. All right, turning our attention towards cigars. Let's say that both of these cigars have impeccable flavor. Would you rather have a cigar with impeccable flavor and bad construction, or impeccable flavor and a bad draw? Tim, I'll let you go first.
Draw is important to me, so I'll take the cigar with the bad construction. I can work through canoes and things like that. You can torch it and light it and deal with it, but you can't fix a bad draw. I mean, you can try and poke it, whatever. It's just you're always gonna know it's gonna impede your enjoyment of the cigar. So with the torching, as long as I'm getting a good draw, I can fix the other things. I can live with quote unquote bad construction.
Coop?
I have to pick one.
Yeah, you have to pick one.
You normally reject both, but there's no way you can, if the cigar don't draw, you just can't get anything else out of it. So I'll have to tolerate the bad construction.
I don't tolerate either. I've used my draw poker. I don't care if it's my favorite Opus X. If the cigar doesn't draw or the construction's not right, well, then again, I've smoked a few Opuses without the wrapper. I will just fill up the ashtray till I find one that's got a good draw and good construction. I won't put up for either. Life is too short to smoke a bad cigar, and I don't care what the label says. If it's not good, I don't care. I'm not going to smoke it.
The thing is, what you said was draw, but you didn't say which way it goes. You can have cigars that are made that draw too loose, and that's something that you can get past.
Yeah.
So I might gamble on the idea if it has great flavor and there's a draw issue. I'm pretty good at getting past actually both issues, loose or too tight. depending upon the cigar and how it's made, like a box press cigar is going to react a little differently. But the truth is that you got to ask yourself, what the fuck am I doing here? I'm at the wrong party if they give you a cigar that has great tobacco, but it's shitty made, or they give you a cigar that's okay, but the draw, like, no, this is the wrong place. You got to check out. And those people, they're probably going to try and serve you turkey with the stuffing inside.
So I kind of labeled this as a trick question, mind you, but George saw right through it with the bad, bad draw could go either way. So specific to cigars that do not draw as in tight, they're too tight, plugged, whatever you want to call it. I contend that it is impossible for a cigar that is plugged or has too tight of a draw that actually has impeccable flavor, because it absolutely changes the entire palate of the cigar.
Yep.
So you're never going to get the flavor. You're never going to experience the impeccable flavor if the draw is shitty.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I disagree, Bear. I've had hundreds of quote unquote Cuban cigars that I can tell that there's good flavor, but the draw is so bad, I don't care. I will put up with either.
Hey, just throw them out. You just whip them.
My wife has woke up in the morning to find 7 or 8 cigars all smoked a half an inch in my ashtray because they didn't perform, and I'm gonna keep trying till I find one that smokes. I don't put up with either.
Sounds good. All right, so
I'm a snob.
You guys kind of brought this up, and this is my fun question here to end the segment. Have you ever knowingly given a cigar that you have opined as awful to somebody else?
The answer is, of course, if you're being honest, because what you don't want to do is smoke it yourself, because that labels you're wasting your time. And if you're smart enough to recognize what's wrong with it, what's either the blend, the tobacco, the construction, any number of things. How many times have you given somebody a cigar that you take it out of your humidor, you tell them the story and everything, and they light it and take 5 or 6 puffs, and then they put it down in the ashtray? Those schmucks deserve the worst cigars in the world. So because they're beyond, they're barbarians anyway. They're what used to be called Bulgarians back in the day. There's nothing wrong with foisting off a bad cigar on somebody who doesn't know the difference between a good and bad cigar.
I've done it. I'll be honest here, George. I've done it. I've given away a cigar that I did not like.
I do it all the time. I just gave one of my employees a bag of like 60 or 70 cigars, and I said, some of these are crap. Some of these I just don't like. Some of them I don't like anymore. You might like some, you might like. I give them the full disclosure. I said, some of these you may love, some of these you may not like. And I said, here you go, because I want them out of my humidor, because I'm not going to smoke them. And I have to admit that I probably have put a few cigars like that, quite a few cigars in the Cigars for Warriors, and I feel bad. But I've reached the point the last couple of years that if I think a cigar is crap, I won't give it to our military personnel. I'll give it to an employee and say, here's 40 cigars, have at it. I only want to put good cigars in there for our warriors, because the last thing you want to do is be in the Middle East where it's 140 degrees in the sun and you got to smoke a bad cigar. I don't want to do that to our servicemen and women.
Fair, I'm a sales rep. I would never tell them.
There you go, Tim. I was waiting for the sales. There we go.
No, but when I present samples, they'll ask me, well, what about this line? What about this line? And my honest opinion is, look, I would not smoke this particular cigar just because I don't like this type of tobacco. I don't like this kind of thing. But here, try it, see, maybe, because there are things that I know will sell that maybe I don't personally would smoke. I don't know if that's answering, say that I'm giving him a bad cigar, but it's something that I may not, find.
Jim, who do you work for now?
I got 7 brands. I got a little bit of everything.
No. The reason I ask is General introduced a couple of CAO cigars to the show that were just god awful. Mm-hmm. And I had a customer, and everybody who has touched those cigars said they're terrible. I had a guy come into my humidor the other day asking for a box of those and said he loved them. And I'm like, no, we decided not to bring it in. And then I had a guy from another store come in. He was buying some stuff wholesale. And that exact same customer drove 25 miles to his store looking for that box. So it's proof that there's a cigar for everybody. Even if everybody here thinks it's awful, there's somebody out there that's going to enjoy that.
I'm telling you, Jay, You're 100% right. What we used to say in the car business, 50, 60 years ago, there's an ass for every seat. And in the days when pens were crazy, we'd always say there's a cat for every pen.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how trashy you think it is, there's somebody that will enjoy it. The secret is to find somebody that is at a point. Listen, think about this, man. You say, "Oh, here's a Romeo and Juliet. I'm sure you'll love this. Go ahead, man. Knock yourself out." And
You
God
know,
bless. Let 'em-
as a survivor, as a veteran from STG, I had a 16-page, sales price sheet, and I'm like, it's pretty simple. You're not going to like everything, but there's got to be something you're going to like, and whether I like it or not doesn't matter. So it's your opinion.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Let somebody else decide. And by the way, especially Jay, if you're giving it to your employees, it's just as good for them to recognize what's good and what's bad. If you don't have contrast in your portfolio of taste experience, you don't have any idea how to rank quality. So they need listen, I came up 50, 60 years ago. I smoked a lot of shitty cigars in the beginning because the business was very, very different. And you know what? Every single one of them was worthwhile as far as education goes.
Yeah. And I have in my portfolio, I have a couple of sweetened tips of cigar like Baccarat, and I can't smoke that particular type of cigar, but it's one of my best sellers. And will I tell people it's a bad cigar? Of course not. It's just it's not my type of cigar. But there are, like I said, like George was saying, there is a seat for every butt. And the only truth that you've probably heard this, that I know in 20 years is smoke what you like and like what you smoke. If you like what that cigar is, I'm not going to give you any crap for that, because that's your palate, and you like that cigar, great.
I tell people all the time, don't let my good taste get in the way of your good time. Rock on, man. It's the. And by the way, let's not knock the pedigree of the tobacco that goes into Baccarat.
Yep. No, it wasn't. No, not at all. I'm just saying that's my example of something that I've got to say. Look, is this not my style of cigar? But
right.
But please, you've got customers for it.
I'm not smoking it, but you might love it, and I guarantee if you're running a business, you have customers that will love this product.
It's not what you like; it's what your customers like.
Don't be mad at money. Put it on the shelf and let it walk out the door.
Yep.
Group, you want to weigh in here real quick?
Yeah. I have given cigars out that I don't like, but I will tell someone that I'll disclose that ahead of time. It wasn't for me, but people, it may be for you, but I'll disclose that. I'm not gonna tell someone I love the cigar when I don't.
How great it is.
You're too honest, Coop.
Yeah.
You're too honest. That's a really nice thing. It just goes to show what a gentleman you are. But fuck, I'm just giving the bad.
I actually did this today. I actually did it today too. It was a guy's birthday. I gave him a really good Davidoff Year to Dragon, and I gave him another cigar that I didn't like. I don't want to disclose it because they'll get some manufacturer mad at me. And I said, "Look, take this cigar too. It was in my case, and you may like it." So I actually did it today.
I do that with customers in the humidor all the time. They'll be like, "What do you think about this cigar?" I'm like, honestly, I think it's awful. But I said, if you like this cigar, this cigar, this cigar, this cigar that I have the same flavor wheel, I said, you might like this, but I said, buy one. If you really like it, come back and buy the box. In fact, I'll give you a discount if you buy multiple boxes because I want it out of my humidor. I'm just upfront. If a customer asks me, is this a good cigar? And I don't think it's a good cigar, I'll be brutally honest with them. But I'll say, look, everyone's palate's different. I said, we're going to go to a restaurant and maybe you'll get sea bass and maybe I'll get oysters and maybe somebody else will get a steak. If you don't like sea bass, you can be the best sea bass in the world. Who cares? But I said, if you may like this, so buy one. And if you don't like it, I'll give you your money back. And I have found so many times customers come back, I don't know what you're talking about. I love that cigar.
Right.
Perfect.
Right.
I don't know.
That's it.
I guess the real question is, Coop, why did you have a West Tampa cigar in your travel case?
Oh!
I didn't.
I know. Just kidding. Not really. All right. Next question here. So this will have some great perspective from Jay, but I think Tim can relate, and certainly George. And as frequent travelers into humidors, Coop and I can weigh in from a different perspective as well. In the next 7 years, how does a walk-in humidor, if at all, look different than it does today?
They look the same.
Yeah.
I don't see it changing.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. I think you're going to see humidors better managed. I think you're going to see the equipment that provides for the environment. Think about it
Okay.
this way. The cigar humidor, the walk-in humidor represents the primary investment of retailers now outside of the environment that they're trying to create in their lounge, right? So, and the walk-in humidor is the magnet for that. So the standards, again, this is all about the evolution of the branding and the conversation and the kind of customer that we're dealing with, what's going on. The pressure is on to be better. Okay. And you're not going to see people having a room humidifier in a place that has American cedar in it, so it stinks to fucking high heaven. There's humidors are going to continue to evolve to be collectively better, better humidified, better environmental controls. Because, by the way, tech is becoming less expensive and it's becoming easier to operate a professionally run walk-in humidor where you've controlled the zones, you have all of the aspects are managed, the proper humidification controls and environment. I don't think it can't possibly not improve. There's still a lot of shitty walk-in humidors out there, and most of them are going to be driven out of business. So walk-in humidors are going to be better run, better operated, and probably because of the increase of your impact and Bear's and Tim's as a person guiding people responsibly, walk-in humidors are going to get better. They're going to get better environmentally. I think we're going to see changes in displays. I would not be surprised if, there aren't more and more people evolving where they're saying, listen, I got to manage my real estate. I have space issues and concerns. So I'm not as concerned with the box. I'm concerned with the way the cigar looks. But I think the pressure is inevitable that walk-in humidors are going to look better.
That's a good point.
Jay, do you disagree?
I didn't think of that.
I don't know. I used to have a very expensive system, and I actually, it's kind of funny you said what you said. I've moved to room humidors, and it's a lot more manual. I smoke probably 2 cigars a day, not based upon the cigars, but where they're located in the humidor. To see if they're too wet, too dry. I get a lot of criticism from customers that I move things, and I try to explain that there are wet spots and dry spots and the importance of airflow. I do think that, I guess the question I would have to Bear is your question about are humidors going to be different? Or are we talking about brands? Because one thing I think is going to happen is, I've seen Dunbarton emerge. I've seen United emerge. I think other companies will. But I think we're going to start seeing something like the grocery store model. I think some of these companies are going to say, you know what, Jay, we're going to pay you $1,500 for this real estate every month. And I think you're going to see corporatization and control, and that's going to be a revenue driver because I think a lot of retailers are getting tired of the catalog companies. I won't say the big four, but I mean I think STG and Altadis, there's a lot of frustration with the constant 50 brands a year. But it wouldn't surprise me down the road to see a company come in and Al McAuliffe did this when he first started. If my general rep comes in and says, Jay, I want you to carry 25 facings, I'd be like, no. If he comes in and says, Jay, I'm going to pay you $2,500 a month to have 25 facings, that's tough to say no to. And I think that you're going to see, like I could see Nick Perdomo, for example, saying, look, if you carry these facings the way I want them to, and we're going to monitor this, there's going to be a big check for you every quarter. I think that the industry is going to change that way. They're going to Doritos chip us. I think that's something that's going to happen because there's too much competition right now, and that's a very easy way to cut through a lot of it. Right, cold hard cash.
Tim, you probably have something to weigh in on that because you have competition within your own portfolio.
Sure. And, out here, I don't know how regionally, in Texas and places are and on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, we don't see a lot of purchasing of real estate. It just doesn't happen that way. And I think that the humidor technology may change, like the humidification, but the way they're built, it's just a matter of square footage. So what I would say is the selection's got to be better. And so the best, the most up-to-date humidors are the ones that kind of fit the pattern of how the retailer, understands their customer base. So do I want to carry one facing of Romeo and go deep with that, or do I want to carry 4 or 5? And that's, kind of, they make their choice with their dollars. So how do, our problem is to incentivize that. But I think the modern humidor is definitely going to be more choice, versus a smaller footprint, but more brands do that because you want to offer more variety in that case. And then you can shrink down according to what the purchase habits are. So, I think that it's much more of a, working with retail and kind of figuring out how many facings I can get, what's the best way to utilize it so that those product turns, and I fought, at General, I fought my management because, I would have guys that had 4 faces of Macanudo, but they were one of the top 10 Macanudo accounts because those 4 facings drove everything. So you don't necessarily, even though you want 25, I can put 25 in, but what's going to happen to that retailer, make it just upset with the footprint, no matter what I offer them, because eventually you look at that product and I can definitely put more things into that turn. So how do I fit different pieces of my portfolio in there and utilize the space that I can get, and working with that retail to make that the most, profitable, the most turns, the things that will entice their customers the most. I think that's the best way in selection. And I think the humidor needs to be well stocked. I think that's the most important thing, is that how do, even though it looks like it's overflowing, it's about consumer confidence, because I want to know that I can walk into that store and I'm going to find that cigar that I want. And that's the biggest thing. And that I've seen a lot of humidors where they put the 2 cigars in every box and the boxes are spaced, 6 inches apart. It looks like they're going out of business. So the key is merchandising what you have and making good selections. I think that's the best way. I think George was saying, you utilizing your space the best, making it look like it's a full stock humidor. And that's always been the case. I don't think it's going to change that much. The selections may change, but knowing that inventory and that the look of that humidor is the most important thing. Just keep it stocked so that people know that you're going to have that cigar.
I'm a few years removed from my retail experience, but I have to say I am totally on board for newer and easier technology because that would be absolutely fantastic. I had many joys working for Mike Peacock for many years, and I wouldn't say that this wasn't a joy, but it was definitely inconvenient when we were managing our Davidoff humidor, which had to have very specific and specified distilled water put into the humidification devices. So much so that once a week, and it was usually me because I worked a lot of Saturday shifts, once a week, we would run about 30 yards of siphoning tube from the special distilled water decanters that we had to order for that humidor, run it from all the way from the back of the humidor down the hallway and up to the front where the cabinets were. And that was a project, let's just say. So I'm all for ease and better technology because I know there's a better way to do it. But that was entertaining. That was entertaining.
It's out there. It's out there.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I'm going to change my answer now because we're hearing everybody. I'm going to say yeah. But I'll add one other thing. I think humidors are getting bigger in this country too. Like I just see the stores that are opening, the humidors are bigger. And I think that's going to trend that's going to continue.
Well, because they're the bait. That's
Yeah.
the whole point. Everything else works because the humidor is stocked properly.
Yeah. And I don't know about Europe, but I mean, I've been to Europe. I was out in the Middle East. I've done some traveling this year. And I say this, U.S. humidors, we're spoiled. Even the smaller humidors in the U.S. are bigger than a lot of places in Europe and the Middle East.
And they're chock full of good choices.
Yeah. So
We have an explosion of incredible brands competing for the customer's dollar right now.
Yeah.
I would say one of the frustrating things that I face, and I'm about done with it, is I probably carry 90 brands, and there's probably at any time 75 in my humidor. But the reality is 8 or 9 brands are 90% of my business. And I'm getting very, very hesitant to bring in new brands, or a lot of times I'll bring a brand in with the intent that it's gone in 6 months. And that's very frustrating. And, I hate to say this, but I'm more willing to add 4 or 5 facings from Fuente or Perdomo or Rocky that I know will turn than deal with, the small company that can't get their distribution right. They don't barcode their cigars. I actually see myself having less brands because I'm tired of going to the trade show and spending $400,000 and 150,000 of its crap. And I wish this is crap. 150,000 of it's stuff that I can't sell 6 months from now. And you've really got to. I think it's going to be harder for new brands to get into the humidor. That's why I think that companies might start paying for space. They haven't done that yet, but I think that could happen because I'm just so over this is the new cigar. Like I brought in a brand this year at the trade show, Good Cigars, and people were really excited about them for about 2 months, and then I got their PCA exclusive, and it was a really bad cigar with Sumatra wrapper. Sound familiar? And now I'm trying to get rid of them, and it's just, it's exhausting when I'm fighting to get Diamond Crown on the shelf, and I know that will turn, and then I've got to deal with this new brand that's just so iffy. So I think some weird things. There's going to be a lot of pressure on medium and small brands, and I think there's going to be a lot of companies that are going to be acquired and go out of business. There's just too much choice, and at the end of the day, the brands matter, and price point matters. It just like I'll give you a good example. One of your sponsors, I love El Artista cigars. And I love their story. I love what they're doing, but it's so hard to teach a customer about El Artista and about how they grow tobacco and they're making cigars and they're doing the cigar. Man, just throw 3 more facings of Don Carlos on it. I mean, I don't want to be lazy. That's a frustrating thing.
Every transaction is a hand sale, right? In other words, if it's a soft brand or a new product, you have to invest a lot more of your time. And the question is, are they going to endure? Is it going to work? Is it going to survive? And I don't want to surrender control of humidor real estate to big companies that can afford to pay for retail real estate. But at the same time, I understand somebody making a decision financially saying, listen, this brand performs. People walk in the door asking for it, they buy, it turns, and that's all I need. So the question of shrinking the number of SKUs in your walk-in is a function of you grooming your customers to have more trust in you about what you choose to put out there. And so when they come in with the, do you have XYZ, this new little boutique brand that got a bunch of social media buzz, but is a zero when it comes to actual performance with the customers, you have to be the one that's the bulwark against that bullshit and teach your customers, no, if you can't find a cigar in here that you want to smoke out of the things, all these companies that I know and that I believe in, that I've got on sale here for you, if you can't find one here that I can't guide you to, then you didn't really want to smoke a cigar.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it just gets back to the debate of, and Jay, you were pretty candid about this on your first appearance with me a couple years back when you were talking about your decision to, and this is not a slight. In fact, it has to be, there's a decision to be made. Are you a cigar hobbyist or do you run a cigar business? And when you first started, you gave a lot of chances. You said yourself, you gave a lot of chances to a lot of different people, and you stocked the humidor with a lot of stuff that you liked. But you had to make a decision if you wanted to run a business or if you wanted to run a hobby, and you chose the latter, which has led to Blue Smoke to becoming one of the premier tobacconists in the DFW area, if not the country. And that doesn't take away from your love of cigars and how you do appreciate the new guy, and you still will give people a chance. But you have to, you and retailers in your your colleagues have to make that precious decision. And unfortunately, it's got to be, you have to kind of lean towards the almighty dollar if you want to be here in 7 years, right? So it's a tough decision. You made it, and it was to your benefit, and to the benefit of your customers. But
it sucks though.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be, if I liked a cigar, I brought it in. Now, if I like a cigar, I give it to my managers and see, can you get behind this? And a lot of times the answer is no. not to harp on this guy again, but I've gotten so mad at Steve Saka the last few years. These horribly wide boxes. The guy's a freaking genius. So I'm sitting there swearing under my breath that I have to put this big Sin Compromiso box out of this big Brulee box, 13 count. It's way longer than it should be. But I tell you what, that's what got Brulee moving, and that's what got his brand moving, is that Steve basically said, you want my boxes, they're going to take up more real estate. And I think he's onto something, because people walk in and they just look at that vista and they want to buy. So there's something to say about cigar boxes that are unfriendly for the humidor. In some ways, they actually help brands. And I think Steve has dialed into that. And, it's different. Tatawahe, he can go with the old packaging because Pete's built a name. But for some of these newer guys, I think what Steve is doing with Sin Compromiso and Brulee, by having these wider boxes that maybe hold 13, they're grabbing more shelf space. And I can't keep the stuff in stock. So I think there's some wisdom to the way that he is marketing that some of his competitors are not attuned to.
All right, next question, guys. In 7 years, who do we mention in the same sentence as people like Fuente, Padron, Garcia, Plasencia, using the term and title Master Blender?
I think I've answered this one a few times, but so I'm going to give the same answer. I think James Brown is probably there. I would say Hector, but I don't know if I think Hector will eventually retire. That's why I'm not sure if he'll, I know Hector wants to retire at some point. Hector would be Hector Alfonso we're talking about. But those are the two names that come to mind right now.
Okay.
James Brown for sure.
James Brown?
Yeah. James Brown for sure. Hector would be my other choice, yeah.
Tim?
Go ahead, Jay.
I would say James Brown to me is very interesting, because I think James and Angela need to go to a dedicated sales force, because I've had such inconsistency with their reps. And I agree with you. I think that James has a phenomenal blending style. It doesn't necessarily suit my palate, but there are people who love it. And I think that he is growing and learning. And I think he needs a dedicated sales force in order to get to the next level. And I know I keep harping on it, but damn, Steve Saka, I think he's building brands that are going places. He is definitely somebody I'd include. If Nick Maleo can get his distribution right, and there's a lot of issues there, he's got some really good cigars. Not a big fan of the reblend on Axum, and they can tell me till they're blue in the face they didn't reblend that cigar, but it's gone from being a great cigar to it's horrible. But I think that guy has got so much talent, so much passion. I just, I hate to sound like I'm on the Drew Estate trip, but I think Nick and Saka and Brown, those three guys, I think that if they can get their distribution in place, particularly James Brown and Nick, I think that those are going to become major, major brands, because there's just so much talent there and they know what they're doing. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else out there that, HVC is interesting. I have real trouble selling their cigars, but man, he is making one great cigar after another. I'm rooting for him. I think that guy could become major because he is young. He's got his own factory. He's making some incredible blends. I just think if he can get the distribution part too, I think the HVC could be a brand that's significant in 7 years.
Well, hey Jay, if you need any help with your black label, just let me know. I'm more than happy to work with you on that one.
I had a great rep, Joel, who listens to this podcast, who was awesome.
Yep, I know Joel.
And we were carrying all kinds of things, and then this new guy came in, and I haven't bought anything new from them in 3 years, and I still have a lot of old stuff. And I don't think it's James Brown problem. I think it's a distribution problem, because the rep is just not a good fit. And that company has had a history of good rep, bad rep, good rep, bad rep. And I think that he needs an internal sales, not to take the job away from you, but I think he needs, unless you're going to go the Pete model where you're going to hire somebody and they're going to work for you for 25 years, in-house, I think would really help James and Angela a lot. And I'm rooting for them because they're great people And like Bear said, they're making some amazing cigars. But I think they need help on the distribution.
Yeah, I bought Jay out of some stock, so yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, I still have 3 boxes of Hive from whenever those came out.
I could probably
Tavish
help
came
you.
from Canada and bought a box.
I could probably help you sell those if you need me to. So,
So no, I'm rooting for James and Angela.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
Why haven't we talked about Kyle Gellis?
Why haven't we talked about Kyle Gellis?
I'm not.
Well,
I have an answer on this one.
So many issues. I love some of his cigars, and I absolutely hate doing business with him. You know, the new Black Honey was not. He's selling direct to consumers. He needs to get his ego out of the way and just make cigars and have somebody else run his company, because he makes some great cigars.
Okay, so that was my point, is that what we're talking about, what Bear's question was who are we going to talk about as a great new blender, as somebody who has risen to the title, not about their business model or how their company is run.
Yep.
And I agree with you that there are lots of things that could be fixed, but I'm telling you, that guy has an incredible palate.
He does.
I'm not
And
sure.
by the way, there's another person that I think should be included in this that people don't recognize yet, but Justo, the team at Aladino and the cigars that they are making are absolutely incredible.
Yes.
If more people smoke them, more people are going to embrace that. That guy belongs in the pantheon of cigar gangsters.
Look, answer the Kyle question.
Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say about it.
Kyle, I don't really consider anything he's done in a solo effort, though. He has typically partnered either with El Titan, Topsa, now Hostos. So he's had this other person, and I'm just not ready to say he's like, I think that we were saying a master blend. I don't think he's there. I'm not saying he doesn't have a good palate. I'm not saying he doesn't make good cigars, but that's why I wouldn't have answered Kyle.
Except that, yeah, I understand your point there, except for one thing. He seems to have a touch, and no matter where he goes, he gets the best out of them.
Yeah, I still don't know if that's necessarily master blender. That's kind of where I'm going with.
There's potential there.
I agree with what you're saying. Yeah,
I definitely believe there's potential there. We're all supposed to be looking 7 years into the future, so yeah. I think that there's a great potential for him to evolve past the financial and the business issues, the structure of their companies. I think this is a guy that is. And I think he's attracting consumers who are embracing that aura.
Is Kyle the next Dion? Is that what you're saying, George?
I think it's entirely possible that he goes beyond what Dion has accomplished.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you, it's what I agree with the idea that as you look at the offerings that have come out. Yeah, he's had different manufacturing partners, but across the board, again, he's gotten great results for them when not everything they do is right. I just think if you're talking about just recognizing the potential, listen, in 50 years or plus in the business, I have run across some guys who had incredible palates. They were great cigar makers. They knew how to buy tobacco and combine things. They were shitty businessmen, and they're gone. But they were extraordinary cigar makers.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I kind of maybe disagree with you, George. I think that I can't believe I'm disagreeing with you because you know so much. I think distribution is very important. I think Rocky has shown that you need to have boots on the ground. I'll give you an example, and I'm going to get in trouble for this, and I don't care. Aladino is a company that concerns me because Aladino makes great cigars, but
they do.
They don't visit accounts as often as they should. They've been making too many new blends, and some of them are on, some of them are off, and their price increases have been a little too steep, in my opinion. I think that they need to maybe shrink their portfolio because they make fantastic cigars. In fact, that's one of the few brands that every single one of my employees, and myself included, we love their cigars.
Yeah.
But I question about some of the more recent lines that they've introduced. And I think that we talked about PCA earlier, wanting to go too fast. I think they're trying to go too fast. I wish they would kind of retrench, trim their portfolio, because they could become a monster. And you're right, they can make a great cigar, but they've made some questionable ones. And I hate to say that because I love their cigars. It's one of the 4 brands that I smoke the most of.
Every single company we've discussed has made some questionable cigars. And if you were to take a walk through your humidor, I guarantee you would say 40%, if not more, of the people that are in that humidor could stand with shrinking their portfolio, trimming sizes, trimming blends, trimming options, everything else. That's absolutely true, and that could very well be one of the things that happens as we make the idea of walking in a humidor 7 years from now. You go, wow, these brands are incredibly focused. They do the right thing. They deliver value. They deliver consistency. They deliver original flavors, and their packaging looks good. They hit all these things, and that's why I have these 15 things from them that kick ass. And this company over here only has 12, but they make those 12 perfect every fucking time. And here's another company that has 25 because they're big and they've got more money to have more tobacco and everything else. But every single company that's in the humidor these days is always looking to expand their retail real estate, not shrink it. And as somebody who's looking at that, the portfolios need to be trimmed. And for your own sake, in terms of turn and dead weight in a humidor, you want to keep editing. Just keep it going down. And the greats survive that. They know how to do that. And by the way, making new stuff that isn't necessarily the same as what you've already done is a risk, right? In other words, a great cigar guy goes, oh, listen, we won't say his name, but a great friend in the business fell in love with a certain kind of tobacco a number of years ago. I hated the flavor of it. I even hated the aroma of it. Every time I lit one, no matter blind, anything else, I'd be like, oh, here's that shit again. I just detested it. But guess what? He continued to grow and sell more and more and more. And, okay, I wouldn't put it out. I wouldn't put it in a portfolio. I wouldn't advance it, but it's there. The thing is, cigar makers try stuff, and sometimes you look and you go, what the fuck were you thinking? This is a disaster. But you know what? The thing is, they're good at what they do, so you have to give them that room. And there's nothing wrong with going, okay, you know what? That didn't work. In my market, that doesn't sell. Listen, I go to places where people can't give away HBC, and I go to other places where they rip them off the shelf as soon as the guy puts them on the counter. Right? It just flies. So that's the beauty of our market. We need that. We need that vibrancy. That's what keeps us all engaged. That's what keeps consumers engaged. That's what keeps all of us involved in talking about these things and being the way that people learn about these products and get excited by them. So, what we've already said, listen, you have things there that it's like, I don't like this. It's not for me, but you know what? It's a cigar that has a following. People understand it. So I think for you should try it, and it's great. So I just think the reason that I brought up Kyle is that I think the guy has the goods. I think he has the raw appreciation and passion for tobacco, and he's only going to get better. And down the road, I think he could have a really extraordinary portfolio and an unbelievable fan base, right? In other words, he could be one of these people that becomes a boutique that has this extraordinary footprint that is way beyond what his actual production is, what the length of his company is, everything else. In other words, I think he could earn this tremendous enthusiastic following. And I think the sky's the limit for Aladino, but you could very well be right that the first thing they have to do is pull back a little bit and make sure that the core line is protected and stays good and continues to perform and be less adventurous.
So I'll weigh in here. Okay, go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry, but then I want to weigh in.
Obviously, you make some great points, and I think it's funny. I look at Padron, and obviously Padron's a different animal.
Yeah,
they basically have, except for Damaso, they basically have one blend. we have a tray that has 1,000 series in it, and then we probably have 6 facings. I spend over $200,000 a year in Padron because I don't even have a lot of the stuff on the shelf. It's above box after box after box. And there's something to be said about turning. And I think that's the key is if you can get people not to buy, and it's very hard in this environment, get people to buy boxes. I had a guy come in today, bought 4 boxes of Olmec. I'm seeing it with, so I think that's the key is how do you get a consumer to start buying boxes? And obviously Fuente and Padron and Davidoff and Tatuai have done that. So I don't even know if it's so much about the number of facings, it's about the turns. And, and I agree with you. Kyle has made some, his 6102Rs, the one that he made, the big wine cabinet, he has made some phenomenal blends and he's young. So you're right. There's a lot of huge potential there.
So the runway for him is huge. Go ahead, Bear. You wanted to say something.
So thank you for bringing this topic up because I honestly didn't even have him. So James Brown's my guy. He was the guy that I kind of had, pinned on the board for myself. Renier Lorenzo was another. Coop mentioned him. Sebastian Decope, of Cavalier. I think he's got phenomenal potential as well. But to weigh in on the topic that came up, I think this is my concern about Kyle. I agree wholeheartedly that I think that his runway is wide and I think that his potential is incredible. And I think that his body of work thus far, in some regards is extraordinary. And I think that he does have a phenomenal palate. So that being said, I think that the distraction of him very much getting distracted is the issue at hand in terms of his potential. There is a guy that comes up all the time, and his name is almost mentioned with a reverence, like almost like he didn't exist. It's just pure legend and lore, and that guy's name was Tony Bahani, a man of extraordinary potential and a guy who just absolutely just nailed it. And everyone talks about him like it's when his name is mentioned off the mouths of people in this industry, it is God, it is gothic. It is like Zeus from the Mount Olympus. I am serious. Like that is where people put Tony Bahani when they say him. Now, Kyle's problems and Tony's problems completely different. So I'm not saying that Kyle has the issues that Tony has or had.
I don't see him going Tony's path at all.
Yeah, but his ease in getting distracted can damage what I think his potential could potentially be. If I could throw potential in the sentence one more time, I would have. But I think that's my biggest issue with Kyle, and I think that it's something that I don't wish to happen. I've seen the beauty of his creations and everything, but I think the way that he does business, his ease of getting distracted, and his impulsive kind of decision making. Is he a winemaker or is he a cigar maker? Is he a coffee manufacturer or is he a cigar maker? If he focuses on cigars, George, I think in 7 years, I think you're right. I think we talk about Kyle Gellis the way that we talk about Fuente and the way we talk about Padron. I think it's there. It could happen. Coop's shaking his head no.
He hasn't been able to produce a regular production line consistently. Like, think about his lines. How many lines? They're out of production.
Yeah, but I think George embodied this question the way that I intended, and that's okay. That's why I presented to the panel, and I wanted different opinions here.
Right.
So that's great. And Jay brings up certain points of argument. So does Tim, and so do you, Coop. But as a blender, a person with incredible capability and incredible palate, I think that I agree with George in that sense. I agree with you. And I agree with Jay that he is thwarting his progress with some of the decisions that he's made in business. And so my hope is, and I think George is trying to say the same thing, George, I don't want to speak for you, but I think what I'm trying to say is that if he can figure that out, the sky really is the limit for this guy because he does have that incredible, again, to use the word du jour, potential.
So
The world is his oyster. I was responding to the question on the pure basis that you asked, who might we be talking about in 7 years? And there's a lot of things that can happen. There's a lot of maturity that can come into play. And look, I'm just hopeful because again, to my way of thinking, that's what we need. We've got to have young Turks. We've got to have guys that come in that have a fresh take and a fresh look and but at the same time a respect for tradition and a passion for the way this business has been, and they want to achieve and be recognized in that. And I think he puts that.
So Bear,
I think a name we haven't mentioned, who I think is making huge inroads, is Nelson Alfonso.
Okay.
I was going to say
Byron,
Nelson, but
Bandolera.
Yes,
the cigars he is making, and it's becoming very tough to get their product. He's going to have issues with scale because he's blowing up.
he's got
Yeah,
that.
but
I think he's the same problem.
but the difference is that I'm not sure Nelson is the guy blending those cigars. That's the difference. Packaging and presentation and storytelling, yes, but not being the guy that is actually the blender.
And I'm not sure Kyle's that guy either. That's why I was going back with that.
Well, we'll you know what? Here's the thing. I swear to God, I really hope that all of us are together in 7 years.
Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting. I mean, I hear your points, George, on this.
And we're not going to get to, we're not yet at the end, but I'm telling you now, I really think we should time capsule this and leave it someplace with instructions for where it is, and the survivors have to go and open it up and share it.
I love it. I love this.
You know, we gotta peg it and say, okay, here, this is where it is, and you got to know. You got to have some idea about how to find it and go, okay, let's go back and look and see, and then we'll find out. But I swear, I really hope that we're here.
Yeah,
well, that's bringing up I still have a question, though, then. Who's blending these cigars, the Bandoleras and the Alfonsos and all that? Because I want to meet that person if it's not Nelson.
Yeah.
And no kidding. That's exactly right.
Tim's been trying to say something. Tim,
it's a guy working in the Cohiba factory for that kind of stuff, but that's a different argument. But I agree with Sebastian. I agree with James. I work with those guys, and I think they're great. But I think there are two names that we haven't mentioned here, and I'm going to take a different tack. And we've been talking about young guns. The guys are up and coming. There are guys that like the one name that I think you haven't mentioned that I think is already in that pantheon and should be included, but I think he's only going to get bigger is AJ. And you may not like all of his blends, but what he's put together and what he's built, and the fact that he's the private label of choice right now in the cigar industry. I mean, what he's doing phenomenally with both the tobacco and his blends, I think he's already there. And then secondly, Hochi Blanco. I think he's sort of been understated. He hasn't gotten a lot of the credit that he's done. La Galera is coming up and now, and he's been making cigars for other people. I think it's another name that could actually be there once he starts to get recognized with his own brand, because I think people don't understand what he's done in the background for a lot of different cigar companies as well.
Ochi is an incredible guy. He's an unbelievable resource. He's a fantastic palate and a great cigar guy, but he doesn't want to be the face. He doesn't want to be recognized. So I don't see him as being in that group 7 years from now.
His son is coming.
He may have brands. He may have brands that are performing in there, but nobody's going to attach his name to it.
Yeah,
because he doesn't want that.
I think they're actually positioning his son to become the face.
That's right.
I was
Jose
down at Pro Cigar, and Jose Manuel can do it. By the way, yeah, you know Jose Manuel, yeah.
Let's hope that's true.
Yeah,
I really seriously, I hope that's true. I love Hochi. I love his cigars, but I like I said, I think he has no appetite for branding himself.
Well, I will say this about Hochi now that this is going back 4 questions ago, 3 hours ago. There's a guy that could probably drop $100 million and buy a brand. And Jose, his son's had his fingers in the dirt for a long time.
Yep.
Right.
Hochi's got the capital, and he's got a son who's very young, who's good at cigars. Tobacco La Palma could really be significant in humidors down the road, and we hadn't really talked about them. That's a good point, Tim.
From your lips to God's ears, Jay, if it grows that way, because nobody deserves it more. But I'm telling you, this already. it's a tough business to brand yourself. And if you don't want to be out there doing it, no one can do it for you.
But again, if we're just talking about blenders, that's he's underappreciated in that aspect.
1,000%.
Absolutely, you're 1,000% right, dude.
Yeah, I agree
Appreciate
with that.
that.
All right, guys, the last question, then we'll get on to our last couple fun segments and conclude our evening. Thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. So, in the
Wait,
next,
is this the last question or there are more questions?
this
See if
is
we
the
can make
last.
the 3
This is
a.m. on the
the
East
this
Coast.
is the last of the this is the last of the 7, and then we
Oh,
have a
okay,
couple
okay.
fun segments. So, the last of the 7. So, in the next 7 years, is there another outsider like Guy Fieri that disrupts the industry positively, or if you want, negatively, the way that he has? Is it even possible? And is Guy Fieri still around in 7 years?
Let me take that one first because I had a hand in that project. I was the one that introduced Guy Fieri to Eric Espinosa. And I knew that it was going to be something that was going to be different from other celebrity collabs because this is his business. And the way that he's participated in that has made it successful because he actually shares that passion. He is a cigar smoker. He had a hand in that blending. Not a lot, but enough to, and he's out there promoting. I mean, you've seen the celebrity collabs. You've seen athletes, James Starks or whatever it might be, any athlete. They put their name on the cigar, but they don't do a whole lot. Mike Tyson is another example of that. So the answer is, I think it's possible, but it's going to take that level of participation. It's going to be somebody, who has that credibility because he's in that hospitality business. He's in food service. So he has that palate credibility and he connects with consumers on a level that I don't think anybody has done before. So that's the model. So can it be done? Absolutely. But how many celebrities or people who want to participate in the way he's participated? Because it's the actual model, like George was saying, you have to get face to face. You have to, be a man of the people. That's the model that Rocky's built. That's the model that Pete Johnson's built. And that's what Guy Fieri's done on a level that hasn't been seen. So I think that's what has to be done. He has, you have to have the energy, you have to participate, and, you got to show that this is something that's just not another aspect of your business, but something you're passionate about. It's the smallest piece of his empire. And what's very interesting is if you look at all the marketing, he didn't put his face or his name on any of it. The only thing that ties it to him is Knuckle Sandwich, which is an umbrella company for him. So, the marketing later had him inclusive, but the packaging on the cigar, none of it says Guy Fieri because he wanted that cigar to stand on his own, and it has.
He's done a lot. Espinosa's really grown exponentially.
Yep.
I know this doesn't answer your question, Bear, but it's someone in the back of my mind that I keep wanting to bring up that I'm waiting for that next step is Indiana Ortiz. Going back to the last question, boy, I think the talent's there, the youth is there, the factory's there. I'm just waiting for something to happen, and nothing's happened, but maybe something will happen down the road with her. I know that's the last question, but. Next celebrity, Mark Wahlberg.
To be somebody like a Guy Fieri, you have to spend all your time building your cred as Joe Sixpack and the friend of the consumers. So they have to come along and establish an identity that people relate to that strongly in the way they do to Guy unapologetically, being who he is and this sort of, I'm not the critical darling. Instead, I'm the people's champion. And then move into cigars. So we have to see if that another character comes along like that who is rolling on a populist tide. I don't know that but listen, 7 years is a lot of time. There's all kinds of things that can happen in that interval. There's no question that we could have another celebrity embrace the business and do it wholehearted. To be excited about it and be passionate and want to be involved. We should hope that happens. But bet the farm on it being the result, it's probably not a good idea because it's a particular passion. You have to have like I say, first you have to have built a relationship with people. In other words, to be a celebrity, to come in and have a collaboration or your own brand that you start to succeed, you have to have a relationship with the consumers in the first place, and then you translate it to cigars.
Mhm.
and it's hard, you know. Think about all the competition for everybody's attention, no matter what the category is: jewelry, cars, food, alcohol, anything. People there's so much noise out there. So the idea that yes, it's absolutely guaranteed that somebody's going to come along who will do that. I don't know.
I think the thing about Guy Fieri, and there's only one other celebrity that I could say that I've seen do this, is a comfort inside their own skin to be able to put themselves out there. And that
Unapologetic.
I saw it firsthand when NBA All-Star Weekend and Guy Fieri is sitting there on the sidelines and he has a cigar in his mouth. And on national television. And that takes a certain level of confidence because again, the polarization that tobacco brings with that, the criticism that comes with that. And again, like to your point, George, unapologetic. The only other person that I've seen do that on a national stage was during his Pro Football Hall of Fame acceptance, and that was Ed Reed. Now, Ed Reed's great for a lot of things, and he's fantastic. He's a Pro Football Hall of Famer, an all-time great, but he's nowhere near on that level of Guy Fieri.
That brand hasn't gone anywhere though.
But it's not. I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the brand. I'm talking about just willing to be part of the industry unapologetically. To George's point,
he has not engaged with the consumers like Guy has. So.
No. Mm-mm. No, not like that.
In fact,
He
I think
hasn't.
he's done a very bad job at that.
He
I know we
hasn't.
see him.
He hasn't.
Yeah.
I don't think he's put forth the effort, Coop. I don't
Right.
think
I
he's
don't
put
think he has.
forth
I
the
don't think he's
effort
put
that
any
Guy
effort.
has.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
the difference.
you haven't made that connection. Listen, so to me, I think of it, he's like a regional hit, right? But that's not national. Guy is international.
Mhm.
Listen, it's fantastic that somebody like that has embraced our business and is championing something that he clearly believes in, that he cares about. So, we should hope that somebody, I want a fashionista. I want, some flaky couture guy to embrace cigars. I want an automobile designer to do it. There's all kinds of people that you could be excited about the idea that they could embrace it. But like I said, the first thing that has to happen is that they build all that relationship with the consumer first. And it takes time to do that. I mean, it took Guy 10 years, 12 years to build up, the body of the shows and the syndication and all the public appearances and stuff that he did to get to the point where he could start building a brand on his own, which is bigger than just,
Yeah.
restaurants or a TV show.
Mhm.
So there's a someone out there. He's just not as big a name as Guy Fieri was, but I interviewed him recently, and I think there's some potential for him to be similar to Guy Fieri, and that's the Michael Knowles, the political commentator.
Mhm.
I was impressed when I interviewed him, and I think he started selling direct to consumer, but he's now moving into the brick and mortar space.
But
And
I think the nature of his power base is more limiting than somebody like
that's
Guy.
why
Yeah.
I was saying he's the only other person I've seen maybe who could do what Guy Fieri did, but it's more limited.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, I hate to say this, but the Gurkha model with Mike Tyson, which I believe was a licensing deal, that's what I'm
Yeah.
worried we may see happen more of. And I don't know if we'll see another Guy Fieri, but I'm afraid we'll see more of these licensing deals come up
Yeah.
over the next
If
few
it
years.
goes the way of SD DuPont bringing out Game of Thrones lighters 12 years later, who gives a shit, right? It doesn't.
It doesn't. Right.
It doesn't ring, it doesn't land with consumers the same way. And by the way, look how crowded the spirits world is with celebrity endorsement products.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And they're soulless. Most of, none of them have what, Clooney and his gang had with the tequila that they brought on. By the way, you want to know who the guy that figured out that tequila was the category and that it was the place to go to make a deal and bring it out? You know who did that first?
Guy
Tony
Fieri.
Borhani.
Oh, Tony
No,
Mahoney.
Tony Borhani. Tony Borhani did it 30 years ago.
Yep.
And if he didn't have other problems, to do with his nose, he would have, he wouldn't have split up with his partner, and he could be sitting atop of a gigantic pile of money today
Yeah.
because somebody would have bought it.
Right. Well, gentlemen, thank you
Well-
so much. This was 7 questions for the next 7 years of the industry to celebrate our 7th anniversary here on Fumar Takes. Got a couple more segments to wrap up our show tonight, but I really appreciate it to our panel for what was a fantastic and lively conversation. So
Really good. Yep.
we're going to move on to our next segment, which is brought to you by Asylum Cigars. Refuge is more than just a physical place. It can be a state of mind. Some of life's greatest reflections can be found in our own personal assignment. Moments like these were made for Asylum Cigars. So light up an Asylum and choose your refuge. So I want to do a twist on this. And you guys have been on my show enough, and this segment's been around long enough to know what this segment's about. But I wanted to put a twist on this. So in the next 7 years, what will be an Asylum moment for you, where it's just you and the cigar celebrating, contemplating, enjoying for a particular reason? I'll go first. I'm expecting a child in December, another boy. So I'm excited about that. And I celebrated the birth of my first 2 sons with a very special cigar by myself. So I plan on doing the same thing when my next son is born. So that will be my Asylum moment in the next 7 years. Hopefully I have a few more, but that one's going to be coming up pretty soon. So I'll be enjoying that. But to the rest of the panel, what will be your next Asylum moment be about?
Well, I was actually going to give a similar answer, but I don't have this happening yet. Is grandchildren would have been my first one. That would be it. But the other one is retirement, because in 7 years I'm hoping to be retired. So I look forward to the day I retire, having that cigar and done. Retired from my day job. Yeah.
Yeah, your day job, not cigars, right, Coop?
Not cigars, at least for yeah. But I'll retire from my day job first. Yeah.
Jay?
Oh, I don't know. I have an older daughter who's 37. She's got her life figured out. I think getting my 19-year-old through college, and then my 16-year-old who having him on his own feet. Honestly, for me though, because I already have grandchildren, I think for me it's going to be figuring out a succession plan at my cigar shop. I'm still young. I'm 56, but I had a heart attack at 48. So, I'm less and less involved in my cigar shop in the day-to-day working shifts. And I'd like to have a clearer answer as to, well, one of my children or one of my employees. I'd like to have the shop run. I'm not saying I want to go to the Drapers thing and be in business 125 years from now, but I think that would be a thing, is knowing that things are set for the next generation of my store. I have enough confidence in my children that I think they're going to do fine. I've already taught them how to burn their own toast, so I'm not so worried about that. So I think probably having something figured out for the cigar shop, and maybe figuring out an exit strategy for me. I'm good friends with Scott Regina, and I admire how his father-in-law brought him into the business, and it was unexpected at that time, and how Scott has taken that business to the next level, and how that worked out. So I'd kind of like to be in the position of his father-in-law and find my Scott Regina, whether it's someone in my family, or maybe it'll be somebody that maybe my daughter marries, or maybe it'll be an employee. I think that will be my Asylum moment in the next 7 years.
Good luck. I hope it happens. Tim?
Well, I started this business in 2004. And when I took that first job, I never did I think that I'd get a career out of this. I thought I'd work for 6 months. I'd sell some cigars. It'd be fun. And 21 years later, 22 years later, I'm still here. So I think 25 would be a great point to kind of reflect and go, goodness gracious, I made it this far. Thousands of cigars later, hundreds of stores visited. Now, everybody that I know, everybody who's a friendship that I've developed has sort of developed from the cigar business. So never in my life did I think I would be here. 25 years, it would give me a career and a life out of this. So I think that would be the next moment going, holy moly, I made it 25.
Awesome. George?
Well, I want to. I'm about to lose power in my earbuds too, so if I go dead, I'll have to shout at the laptop screen. I've been trying to carve out the time and the space to get together with a couple of really good friends that I used to spend basically every holiday period between Christmas and New Year's with in Italy, and I want to get back to Venice and do our old trip with this gang of people, Peter Weller being one of them, a couple other friends, but go from Venice all the way down to Positano and then celebrate the New Year there on the beach.
Beautiful. Let's do that. Sounds good. All right, gentlemen. This next segment is brought to you by Postani Cigars. If you always make sure that your servant's towel is bigger than your appetite, everybody will always get theirs. Postani Cigars is more than just great cigars made by cool people. They embody an attitude of gratitude and grit. With Postania, everybody eats. So this is a little bit more fun. The upcoming holiday season. It doesn't have to be one of the upcoming holidays, but what's the best holiday leftover food to recycle?
Dressing.
Dressing, he
Turkey,
says.
turkey,
Turkey.
turkey sandwiches. I love the turkey sandwiches.
So my favorite leftover Thanksgiving dish is a thing called turkey tzuk. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's a rice porridge. Sometimes you'll see in a restaurant called kanji, and it's
Ooh.
better than any sandwiches. It basically kind of has a rice that's sort of got like a soft polenta texture to it that we use the turkey carcass in, and my mom makes it in a big stew pot. And then we top it with all kinds of, toppings like peanuts, pickles, 1,000-year-old egg, and it's better than any sandwich you could eat. I mean, you can't put cranberry sauce in it, but other than that, it's a fantastic leftover meal.
Awesome.
Well,
Jay?
this would make George happy if he was here. The last couple of years, I like to take the big ham bone and make a soup. Throw the beans in there and have sort of a navy bean and ham soup. And the last couple of years, I got it right where it wasn't awful and it was really good. And there's nothing like a really good hearty soup, particularly, it doesn't get cold in Dallas, but comparatively, when you're used to temperatures in the 90s and 100s, when it starts getting into the 20s and 30s, that's something that I like to do after Christmas.
Beautiful. I love Thanksgiving leftovers too. My favorite dish actually, I go back to my Mexican roots, and I actually make a Thanksgiving leftover quesadilla. So rather than refried beans, I use the dressing as a base. I'll have the turkey on there, but I also add like salsa verde, cheese, and some other accoutrement to bring a really non-traditional spin on a not traditional Mexican dish, because quesadillas aren't Mexican, but they're an American creation, but still fun. I really enjoy it, and it tastes really good. So awesome. All right. Well, gentlemen, this is our last question of the evening. And of course, it is our Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust curveball segment. Fastballs or curveballs, it doesn't matter. Since the company's inception, Steve's been knocking them out of the park 9 consecutive years, the consensus top 3. Congratulations to our good friend, Mr. Steve Saka. I had Steve on as a guest last week, and he contested that that would be the last year that he'll be in the consensus top 3. Of course, I argued with him. No surprise. So,
Wagashi's gonna win it.
There you go. You've heard it here. So
he sent out the packs and it was in it. I'm just telling you, he'll be in it. He'll be in it.
All right. So my question is this: in the next some odd years, not 7, but in the next, let's call it the next 27 years, just to stay a little bit on theme. In the next 27 years, we'll elect at least a few more presidents in this country. Is it more likely that we will see a victorious presidential candidate lighting up a joint or a cigar on national television to celebrate their victory?
You sure you don't want to include a vape pen in that?
Okay, we'll throw vape in there too. Why not? So vape, joint, or cigar in the next 27 years. What's most likely?
All right. I'm still say cigar. I just don't think the other two are politically embraced even. And I know we may have another generation at some point. I think those industries are going to hit some real pain points between now and then. Now,
Okay.
I don't know. So I think it's highly unlikely it will be any of those, is what I'll say, because the idea of anyone smoking will be, it just won't, it will be taboo. But I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna say I'll still say cigar, but it's highly unlikely any of those.
Yeah, I agree with Coop. I don't think any of them, like a president may actually hold a cigar on camera, but it won't be lit. I don't think, they don't want to be perceived as a smoker, whether they do it in front of the camera or behind. So I don't think you're going to see any of those. But if any of this will be most likely, it's going to be a cigar held as a prop.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim, I agree with you on that.
Jay or George?
It's still the victory symbol. It's the reason why they're acceptable in locker rooms, even though they say you can't smoke anywhere and it's against university policy and all this other bullshit. I think the fact is that there will come a day when we have somebody who's brave enough to do that, and it'll be an act of defiance as much as anything else.
Yeah,
Amen to that.
good point.
Yeah, I think that we're more likely to see a president smoke than have facial hair. And who knows? Maybe Marco Rubio becomes president. I don't know. But yeah, I think a cigar, and I definitely think it's more likely that we'll get a president that smokes a cigar before we get a president with facial hair. Because I think
It's a
those
shame.
days are long past.
Someone sent me an AI today of Kamala Harris smoking a cigar.
It was the Russians.
Who's to say it has to be a man? I mean, it
Yeah, there
very
you
well
go.
could be a woman.
There you go.
Yeah. It was kind of funny. It's kind of ironic. Someone sent me this. Like, they did AI of Kamala smoking a cigar. I'm like, well, all right.
And
I do think it's more likely we have a third party develop in this country, and that person makes a serious run for the presidency than we see a president smoke a cigar.
Yeah.
Because, whether you like Trump or not, or whether you like Bernie Sanders or not, I think one thing is clear: America is fed up with the two-party system, and eventually something's going to break.
Yeah,
And
but
I think that's a good thing.
In order for a third party to evolve and get to a point where they could actually be offering a viable candidate for the presidency, we have to have campaign finance reform, and that's a huge obstacle. That's the third rail of politics.
One of my frustrations is I feel like the election's between two Democrats. I mean, one's a Republican, but they're both basically Democrats. And I think that there is I hope to God we're not heading towards a civil war, but I think that something dramatic is going to change in this country, and I don't see it happening without a third political party. I'd rather see that than bloodshed, but something's got to change
I think
because
you're right,
people are
Jay.
fed up.
I think what Jay's also saying is that I have no shot at the presidency.
I didn't say that.
I just have to shave.
Barry, you would never run for political office because you probably have to reveal your original name, and you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, probably not. And I wouldn't shave either. JD Vance has a beard, though. Just saying.
He's never going to be president. He's never going to be president.
That's fair. All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. This was
Great job.
this was a fantastic way to celebrate 7 years. And I couldn't have done it without you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the opportunity and to the delight or chagrin of some folks tonight. I do have a lot of other people to thank. This show over the last 311 episodes would not have happened without a lot of people, particularly in this room, but also my guests over the years. And I've had some amazing, fantastic conversations in 7 years. And I plan on doing this for 7 more. And I plan on having even more fulfilling conversations in that time. But I would like to thank Tim. This would not have started without you. So thank you for agreeing to being my very first guest on my very first take. It's one I will never forget. And as always, as long as you're willing and able, you will always be welcome back on our anniversary show, because I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you.
Congrats, Bear. I appreciate it.
Coop as well. Thank you so much for being the cameraman with that iPad.
Yep,
Could
absolutely.
not have done it without you.
Oh,
And George, thank you for being a guest on my show several times now, and for kicking off what I believe is one of the most unique and most fun top 10 cigar reveals in this industry. But also thank you for being the inspiration for me personally to pursue this endeavor. And Jay, without supporters like you, I wouldn't be here either. So you're a loyal audience member. Every week I see you in the chat, and I know if you're not there, it's because you got something else to do, which is more important. But I know I can always count on you listening to the replay, and for you and the dozens and dozens like you that either are vocal in the chat or silent on the downloads. I cannot have done this without y'all. So Jay, thank you. But
You're here.
for all of my guests, it started with Tim Wong. After that, it was Fernando Zacharias, Hector Alfonso, Eric Espinoza Jr. This is going to take a while. Boston Jimmy, Chris Noteboom, Aaron Loomis, Bill Ives, Brandon Luna, Melanie and Anthony Cantelmo, Eric Gatormson, Nicholas Jimenez, Phil Schmitz, Terrence Riley, Trey Andrews, Miguel Shodell, Eric Gustafson, Enrique Sejas, Skip Martin, Rob Rasmussen, Patrick Vivallo, Nate McIntyre, Jim Stanko, Juan Cancel, Kim Jackson, John Carney, Casey Hogan, Spencer Drake, Grace, and the late, great Gabe Alvarez. Paul Costo, Brian McGee, Dr. Gabby Caffey, Klaus Peter Kellner, Chris Topper, John McTavish, Mo Molly, Rainier Lorenzo, Kyle Schmeltzley, Richie Otero, Jared Trudeau, Mike Bellady, and Barry McDonald, Tom Lazuka, Juan Martinez, Tripp, Waldrop, and Dennis Fang. That brought us up to 1 year when Tim reprised on our 1 year anniversary show. Jeff Borshowitz, Luis Cuevas, Andrew Brennan, Jack Heyer, Seth Geis, Mike Rosales, Tony Gomez, Stephen Bailey, Omar DeFrias, Jose Blanco, Robert Caldwell, Matt Ty, Casey Johnson, Fabian Ziegler, Carson Sereno, Scott Colasaire, Pedro Gomez, Brady Hake, Mike Stepankevich, Benjamin Holt, Matt Booth, Justin Andrews, Zev Kamenetsky, Michael Giannini, George Rico, Jason Loyce, Garrett Robinson, Tony Bellato, Luciano Mireles, Brad Rubin, Pete Johnson was my 100th episode. Oliver Nouveau, Thor Nielsen, Javi Carranza, Drew Newman, Rafael Nadal, Claudio Sroy, Abe DeBabna, Michael Herklotz, Glenn Case, Dan Thompson, Alan Rubin, Alec Ruman, John Huber, Indiana Ortez, Glenn Loop, Sebastian DeCope, Kevin Kythen, James Brown, Steve Saka, Scott Pierce, Nick Melillo, Charlie Minato, Robert Holt, George Ramey, Sam Spencer, Danny Vasquez, Dan Welsh, Nick Perdomo, Sean Williams, Joshua Bursky, Justo Iroa, Amanda McAuliffe, Jack Tarano, Lee Marsh, Antoine Reed, Matthew Tobacco, sorry guys, I appreciate it. Mickey Pegg, Eddie Guerra, Ram Rodriguez, Dave Garofalo, Chris Monaco, Henderson Ventura, Robin Randy from Flavor Odyssey, Fred Rui, Willie Herrera, Carlito Fuente, Howard Gums, Nick Libretti, Karen Berger. A lot of repeat guests that I got to thank. Greg Zimmerman, Alec Cuevas, Steve Abbott, Drew Newman, Sin and Josh Coburn, Laurel Tilley, Ken Hamlin, Andy Yaffe, Scott Ho, John Huber, Manuel Casada. It's our 250th episode. Arnold Serafine, Nick Perdomo Jr., Nicholas Perdomo III, rather, Ian Reith, Jimmy Menudo, Jennifer True, John Hakim, Dave Lafferty, Derek Matthews, George Brightman, Frank Casio, Jesse Marriott, and Steve Garabine, Eric Bai, Tim Osginner, Aaron Michaelis, Jason Wood, Michael Capolini, Reinhard, Scott Regina, and Scott was my last original guest on the show. All those guests, repeats and not, totaled up to 311 takes, 7 years. And again, I couldn't do it. I couldn't have done it without any of them, and I couldn't have done it without amazing supporters like I do have on this panel tonight. So thank you for humoring me through that long, exhausting list. It'll only be longer next year, which I hope to have more first-time guests in the next 365 days, or on average about 45 takes a year. But I do appreciate every single one of you who've been a part of this journey, and for the new ones who come along for the ride. It's been my pleasure, my privilege, and I hope that my conversations with some of the industry's finest individuals bring a smile, a joy, and get you to just to think a little bit more about our treasured industry. So without further ado, we'll conclude tonight's show, which was our 7th anniversary and our 311th take. As always, I'm Bear Duplessis, live inside the Alec Bradley Lone Star studio of Azle, Texas. He's Will Cooper. He's George Brightman. He's Jay Davis. And as every anniversary tradition presides, I have my guest co-host, Mr. Tim Wong. Gentlemen, I bid you adieu. And guess what, everybody? We'll see you next time.
Thanks very much. Great job. Really well.
Congratulations. I can't wait for the camera.